Sorry for the technical difficulties.
No worries.
Well, okay. Okay. Looks like we might be holding steady. We're at so far for this attempt at broadcasting, we're at now 7% dropped frames and falling, and the bit rate seems to be holding. We might be good. Okay. Okay. So, when last we left off, to continue back on where I was. You guys had just because I'll start over from the beginning just because
VOD, yeah.
yeah, basically, exactly. You guys had traveled with the boatman Gjarm from Yola up to Holland, over a long trip, but not exactly unpleasant. Um, Getting the lay of the land, as it were, in Kalint before you came down. You arrived in Holland and spent a few days both weathering out the storm in the form of a large blizzard that lasted for a few days, um, as well as got kind of meet some of the locals, including a very, very drunk mayor. Um, excuse me. While you waited in the tavern for a break in the storm to go see the daughter of a famed giant raider, who was known regionally for his for being quite good at his job. Hey, there's TJ. Then when you guys when the sorry, I'm scatterbrained all of a sudden. Good stream issues fucking throw me off. Turns out, you got a break in the blizzard when Wint used the opportunity to go searching for the homestead, which you found with some very good survival checks, and after being let in, met Ilona and her mother, who were welcoming if suspicious, until you really had a chance to sit down and chat and explain yourselves and whatnot. Didn't take much convincing to get Ilona to be on your side and help you. And when you got her armored up, headed back into Holland, and took the fight to the occupying Roshadran guards.
Fucked them up.
Absolutely fucked them up. Both with some good rolls on your part and some very bad rolls on their part, for the most part. And after a brutal fight in the town square, you emerged victorious. And that is where we pick up with you, with Pax having gone around like a fucking meerkat, looting the bodies of the fallen guards. Yes. Yeah.
It's an oddly specific simile.
Look, meerkat is more accurate than lemming. Because Pax is anything but a lemming. God. And so you stand in the now silent Holland Town Square. save Zendros. Zendros, you are back at the Holland Tavern. Having been catching up on your sleep more than anything. You've been not resting well the last few days, so you decided to take a midday nap. Fuck it. And when you awaken, you hear the sounds of combat nearby and loud explosions.
Okay, so I go investigate after having gathered myself.
And you wander into the town square just in time to see a 7'3" person in full plate armor just stab a fucking sword through one of the Roshadrin's God damn it.
Well, hold on. The fact that TJ didn't get disconnected at the same time, though.
Yeah, that's what's
TJ
really...
usually doesn't get disconnected. It's
No,
only
yeah.
Jay.
Like, I really have to wonder what the hell's going on with your Discord.
Oh, I know, right? If it does it again, I'm just gonna close Discord, reopen it, and see if that works. But yeah. Stabbing their sword through the breastplate of a Roshadrin guard before just pulling it back out. As the rest of your party is around. If I remember correctly, Theth and Mahajapit are up on a rooftop with the more melee-focused and Glinthaduk around, covered in various amounts of blood.
I believe Maha was trying to actually look towards where the inn was to try and see if Sandros had been coming, because he was a little concerned with the fact that with the sounds of combat he hadn't arrived just yet.
Yes.
Yeah, obviously the Kopesh are already drawn at this point. He would have drawn them before heading out the door.
Right.
Just kind of like, is everything all right here?
By the looks of things, we just finished up, but gods only know if there's more around. I think this was the last of them, though.
Those mercenaries, though, those are the ones I'm worried about.
Hog's Bloods, yeah. Are there any sign of the Hog's Bloods or anyone else, like, armed that I can check from the rooftops, or would that be like a search?
Give me a perception check.
Yeah. Okay. Rolling blind.
You look around, and while you definitely see townsfolk in windows, kind of, and out their doorways looking curiously, you do not see any sign of any approaching gleams of armor or...
No other combatants.
Right.
Okay. All seems clear as far as I can tell now. And looking towards Ilona, because I know that she about had a little bit of a breakdown as everything wound down last time, right?
Yes. Been making a very nice pincushion out of the captain of the Roshadrins. Kind of looking up as you approach.
Yeah, coming down off the rooftop and going up to her. Just... It's over now.
Yes.
Just looking around at the carnage of this, and what a mess we've made.
Such is the way of it. There is rarely is there time.
War without bloodshed.
Yeah.
Mahar, is there anywhere we have gone where we have not made a mess?
You didn't have to put it that way. You're not wrong, but you don't have to say it.
It's because we are the mess.
You don't have to join in.
Wait, we didn't kill anybody in the werewolf town.
I'm sorry, Werewolf Town?
Don't worry about it.
Far from here, really. Don't worry about it.
Okay, then.
They're friends. It's we know them. It's okay.
Sure.
I just point to Fef's earring. Or actually, wait, no. The earring got knocked off, and he hasn't put it back on yet, has he?
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
that's right. I haven't. Put
Beth
it
got
back
shot in the ear.
Yeah, I believe the
and,
issue is the ear is off too.
yeah, at least part of the ear is now gone.
Yeah, it was the like tip an inch basically.
Right.
They shot your pointy ear flat.
I forgot I was supposed to be very salty about the fact that my earring got shot off. Sorry, I have to get into character now.
Right.
It's been 2 weeks. It's okay. It's been 2 weeks.
Right. Yes. Pointing towards where Fef's earring used to be. I mean, like, friends of the family. Oh.
Just gonna look at you because I did find the earring. I remember that. So I'm just
Yes.
trying.
Right.
Artemis has reminded me, by the way, I haven't fed her yet since I got home. Give me 1 moment.
I'm morbidly curious. Is the rest of the ear still attached to the earring?
That's what I was gonna ask too, because I do have some healing potions, and I will absolutely pour one on my ear if I have the piece of my ear to see if it'll stick back together.
Oh my god.
No, basically the bullet actually hit that part of the meat of the ear,
Oh,
so
yeah.
that meat was rendered like splatter.
Right. Because yeah, I remember he described it as like you felt that, and then all of a sudden you felt a little bit of weight like drop from the ear and it spring up from the earring. Actually, like it was
Sloppy,
part of the
yeah.
whole of the actual earring was like ripped from the side,
Yeah.
so then it slid off of the hole, and then
Oh, yeah, no, the tip of the ear is gone. Like, straight
I
up.
forgot. I also wanted to try to get a hold of one of them rifles.
Yes, which PAX has gone around, and you can drag from inventory into your inventory.
Yeah, from our loot goblin.
right.
Everything is there.
Yep.
So
Firearms
we're
are
just gonna-
stupid strong, by the way, with somebody prone to critting.
Yeah.
We're just
Yeah,
gonna
the whole
hold on to
fatal
the
trait
earring
is
for now.
fatal trait is nasty
Good.
if you've got high to hit.
Yes. Yes, it
It's
is.
kind of gross, I'm not gonna lie.
See, Dave, all you got to do is open up the Loot Goblins character sheet, and then you can literally drag and drop from their inventory to your inventory.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So yeah. But the
And,
earring is itself okay. Your ear, not so much. And as the adrenaline from combat is beginning to wear off, fucking hurts.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm debating just jamming it into a different spot on the ear right now, since we're already in pain. Do it real quick and then take a potion. Like fuck it.
Uh, But looking to Sandroth and just saying, you didn't see any other straggling guards at the inn or on your way here, did you?
I'll admit I was in a bit of a rush to see what all the commotion was about, but not from what I could tell.
Well then, unless there's some still out and hiding anywhere, I believe it's safe to say we've wrested the city from their grasp, for now at least. But, first step done, now comes ensuring that they don't take it back.
Seems convenient enough that they left the contents of the armory on the floor.
Indeed, we should be grateful for such wonderful presents left. We'll...
Well, this has become way less chill.
Right.
I had to turn it down. I was like, Jesus.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And being honest, we did follow the large one's orders into the combat. She did prove herself quite adept at it.
Indeed.
Aslan is going to start basically piling up the bodies to make a pyre in the middle of town. Unless somebody stops her, but if nothing else, she's gathering them up to put them together.
That's a good idea.
And
Yeah.
including the guy whose half she used as a weapon.
Right. Yep,
yeah,
that
was
happened.
a thing
So
that
boy.
happened. Yeah, you missed that, Dustin. Ilna queeved a dude, and fucking Aslan used half a motherfucker to beat another motherfucker.
She was grappling the guy that got cut in half.
And I will say it's about mid-afternoon by this point. From what you can tell.
Yeah, with gathering up the bodies, Ma's gonna look and say, well, we could do a simple mass grave, or we could just burn them to be done with it. Can't imagine that a site of a pile of the dead is what the people want within their center square.
No.
Considering what we have ran across back in my hometown,
Oh, you
this is going to take
kind of
precedence.
cut out a bit hard there.
Yeah, but I think we got the gist of it, roughly. But yeah, you cut out there for a bit.
Weird. Considering what happened back at my home, whenever we have bodies, we should probably burn them before somebody tries to do something strange with them.
Not wrong.
Plus, we don't
I
want
may
It's
have
like that shark showing up.
do what you want with the bodies. Leave the helmets from me. And she just kind of starts going around the battlefield, pulling the helmets off of the bodies.
I mean, hell, I figured we were gonna strip them before piling them, to be totally honest.
At least of useful equipment.
Yeah.
Right.
They can stay clothed, but
I mean, yeah.
Right.
We're not monsters.
I mean, we are, but different kinds.
It's alright. It's okay.
Pax, who are you trying to use treat wounds on?
I actually targeted Fef to see if that would work.
Oh, it did not.
Good to know.
Because it is a DC that I set, technically. So
Ah.
yeah, do a medicine
so I
check.
work pretty healing once I roll. If I roll.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You make a medicine check. Okay. Okay. Fef, you regain 2d8 hit points. Which Cam, you roll. Yeah. And though you were not wounded,
Hey,
heal. There you go.
thank you.
And then as Ilana is gathering the helmets from the bodies, you guys are and Pax, you're kind of treating Fef's ear. You watch as Fef just like looks at the earring in his hand, and then just stabs it through the exact same ear, just lower down, just. Eh.
Ma just watching this and just no words. Yeah, just looking about as Ilana gathers the helmets. He says, "I take it you have a certain purpose in mind for them."
I do. I'm going to need spears.
Alright. Yeah, Ma just tilting his head a little bit at this. Just I'm not entirely sure I follow.
And then she kind of looks around. Anyone have a spear, chopstick, anything of the sort? No? And then she kind of uses her own sword, and then just shoves the helmet down onto the sword until the sword pierces the top of the helmet. A warning.
That could certainly serve.
And then she just kind of, she kind of yeets the helmet off her sword with a flick. Just goes flying over a rooftop somewhere, and just you hear distantly just. Kink, kink, kink.
Well, certainly would be an intimidating sight, I would imagine.
I heard in a storybook somewhere of someone who shoved entire people down on sticks. It was fucked up.
Didn't we actually see that ourselves back at the, or was it just the heads?
That was just the heads.
Okay.
Yeah, in the teeth vault. Yeah,
Mhm.
We've seen similar.
it's an effective
It's-
warning.
Definitely unnerving. You're not wrong in that.
In that case, it started a war, but we won't get into that part.
Regardless, gruesome displays or not aside, certainly be a form of deterrent. Though, should it not prove enough, you'll need to be prepared to continue to defend this place, should they be bold enough to try to reclaim it.
You're not wrong. But now that the majority of them are gone, it will be easier to get to get others to take up the sword and shield and be more willing to fight, I think.
Being entrenched in and able to defend is a bit more manageable than trying to spur a sudden offensive.
The winter should buy them some time to train too.
Indeed, it's... Lord knows it's harsh enough for us not being familiar with this kind of weather. Imagine that if the Rashadrins are also equally unaccustomed to this, then they may not be so bold to mount the offensive just yet.
Well, you guys are assuming more are going to show up. We're in the middle of nowhere, and we killed them all. Unless somebody tells them,
Or they don't get a report back on the regular.
True.
We are less in the middle of nowhere because we are on one of the main water routes.
Indeed. We should assume that at some point they're like to find out that something has gone amiss here.
But then again, it is not our intention that this should be an occurrence throughout in the entirety of the land, so they must turn their military forces inward.
Indeed.
It's about that time that a familiar dwarf stumbles down the road. The form of Turi Longshaft, Mayor Turi Longshaft. Oh, what the hell's it? Oh,
Can you see straight enough to see all of this?
I could drop him in the snow again to make sure.
that's not necessary. Any means. You have created many problems for us.
Did he say we have?
Yes.
created- Well, certainly may be issues to come, though I'm sure you'll agree that carrying on the way things were was no way to live. If you can even call it living.
Ben, just kind of, and Elena just stands up tall and just, Goody, shut the fuck up, please. Go back to your cups and let the people willing to fight solve all of your problems for you yet again.
A bit harsh, but I'm inclined to agree.
And he just,
If you won't take up the sword to reclaim and defend your home, there are those who will.
and it is even about that time that several more people are coming to the town square. A lot of them are either older or younger. You do kind of notice a missing age bracket in the townspeople coming in, but many of the older ones are holding swords and shields. Shields painted in the same design, the one that is on Elena's shield as well, which looks to be the shape actually of it's effectively a white background with a kind of light blue spiral of a dragon. Say, except everything except for the dragon's skull is made out of runes that kind of just curl into towards the center of the shield.
Now that we have a crowd, Lorenz, could you do me a favor and light the pyre for me? You are more capable of starting fires than I am.
Of course. And yeah, just spreading out produce flame across the base of
And
the base of the pyre, basically.
And as the bodies begin to light and sizzle and pop, as flesh and fat begins to burn, very loud and rousing cheer goes up with several people beating their weapons on their shields in victory and the joy that has not been seen in Holland for a while.
Going to take a moment to step beside Ilana again and to say, your people are going to need someone to actually be willing to take action should the parties that should be responsible not be willing or able.
Yes, we'll have to find someone that is willing to lead. Someone that is
I think it
able.
means you.
But I'm no leader.
Bullshit.
Who was the one who devised the plan to get us into this whole fray?
That
One who took the first step.
that's simple battle tactics. That's not.
And battle tactics are something that your people are going to need should things escalate, as we expect they will.
It's not like you can't just bail on the job once it's all over anyway.
Yeah,
I
well,
actually remember something my father once said to one of my siblings. It wasn't towards me. The difference between battle tactics and politics is smiling.
oh my God, that makes so much sense.
I do like that. That's good.
That I hate how much that makes sense.
Bad blood notwithstanding, your father has some wisdom, I will admit.
He was the more agreeable of my parents.
I suppose that doesn't necessarily say
Nice
much.
slurping noise there.
Yeah, the
Yes.
slurp, by the way, just...
It sounded like a really wet fart.
It really did!
Yeah.
I thought I had a video playing. I was like, what the fuck?
The more agreeable of
Now
my
it's
parents.
captured on stream.
I mean, I guess that's not terribly,
No, God, no.
just like,
Not off brand.
yeah, just that doesn't necessarily say much, but it's something, I suppose.
Oh,
Well, Ilona, I know that it's quite a step up task after having spent so long away from it all, but do you think you'd be able to take up that mantle?
and by the way, she finally pulls the hood back of the kind of the. You're not really sure where that hood attaches to. By the way, there is just a hood that comes up out of somewhere over her helmet and just undoes some latches and pulls her helmet off, and just. Oh. I suppose I could try.
Sometimes all we can do is try.
Would anyone... Pax, was it?
Yeah, what?
Could I by chance get some of that medical attention, please?
Oh, yeah.
Right, noticing she actually got herself shot, didn't she?
Yeah,
Oh, hey,
there's
should we
a
just potion.
there's a bullet wound in her shoulder, in like her clavicle kind of area, like.
Ref's just gonna pull out one of the moderate healing potions from the bandolier, give it a little wiggle.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
Replace that with the
Thank you.
last one in the bag of holding.
And just gonna kind of look out to the crowd as has gathered.
right.
Just-
Is that a standard DC?
Yes.
DC 20 is the difficulty.
Yeah.
Unless you're expert, then you can roll then you can choose to roll a DC.
And
No,
it's 3d8
expert is 20.
3d8
So,
plus 3d8 plus 10 for the moderate, right?
I am only trained in medicine, so that was a 15 check.
Okay, so that would be a crit then.
Yeah. But no,
Nice.
Dave, that's a 3d8 plus 10 for the moderate, right?
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Plonk, put all that health back in her.
Right, just pull the bullet out,
Right.
just pour some red in, stick a band-aid on, we're good.
the good red, I believe he calls it.
Yes.
Thank you. Newfound friends. Such as it is. Well, should your plans for sedition and rebellion not go well, you have a place to hide out at least.
So that is important.
We pray it does not come to that, but are thankful for the offer nonetheless.
And I pray that if I go to Wormrest in the summer, I do not see your bodies hanging.
I appreciate that prayer.
Beth, may I ask you something?
She does this, but her hand is literally in a metal gauntlet, so it's clang.
And half of us disappear.
There are no gems. Beth, may I ask you something?
Beth,
Sorry, I was actually needing to turn down the music for a sec. It was that chanting was like getting louder, it
Oh,
felt
fair.
like.
Fair enough.
Sure.
Since I have no intention of wearing it, would your family be insulted if we used my earring to give to her so that your kinsmen would know that this town is also a haven for them and a place for them to do battle?
I believe I am still acting representative of Clan Fefwalla, in fact, so I say it's okay.
Oh,
I forgot that was a thing.
In which case, Aslan will pull her earring out of the package because she had no intention of ever wearing it and give it to Ilana.
Feelings are only a little hurt.
she takes it very gingerly and just because it compared like on on the rest of you, it's like this long kind of like
Right.
raven's feather,
Right.
and then on her it's like
Right. You said she's what, about like 7.5, 8 feet?
7'3", 7'3".
Okay. Not gargantuan, but still pretty big.
Yep, half giant through and through.
Beth can explain what that means.
Sure.
I'm just gonna point to the earring on myself and the party members who chose to wear them.
Right. I believe mine just has a single feather, right? Or did we get multiples on ours?
It's all one feather, basically. Just it's a single feather. The kind of like.
Right. I thought I remembered there being something back when we were at the caves of them like pinning another feather onto Fef's earring, or am I misremembering?
His has more. It's true.
Okay.
You guys have the one.
Okay. Right.
And most people that you've encountered only have the one feather.
Right. Yeah. Proceed, Fef.
Oh, and actually, I was trying to give Jake a second. Sounded like you were trying to say something too.
I forgot.
So the long and short of it is, I have a very large family, and you have been invited to become a part of it. Some of us are already wandering around the area, and that will be a signifier of friendship.
That is
Don't tell anybody.
very smart shorthand for allies. Also, I've applied a shock trap to the floor of our office, and I've caught myself a prey.
What? Quick, get the tranks before it breaks out.
Oh, trust me, they're already going.
That's the best part. It's self-tranquilizing.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Give it 10 minutes and we'll have a good capture.
And about that time, the barmaid that you guys had met the day earlier in the day, actually. Well, who wants free drinks?
Yes, please.
And it looks Fef just like, that took you more than half a second to respond. Is everything okay?
It's very bright out.
Going to be hard of hearing after the incident.
Those things are fucking loud.
Oh boy, we're about to go with fuck it. We're what we have in the Out of the Abyss campaign. We're about to start experiencing. Luckily, we're not in a cave.
We're not in confined caves all the time.
For those who don't know, Dan runs a Out of the Abyss campaign for us on Friday nights, and
D&D 5e.
and one of our players uses his old character had an arm cannon. Except the entirety of the Out of the Abyss takes place in the Underdark, so it's just an arm cannon going off in the Underdark, and the running gag is that all of our characters have progressively more hearing loss over time.
Yeah, tinnitus or general hearing loss.
So is this a bad time to mention that a character I switched to in my other Pathfinder game has a dueling pistol with the thundering rune on it?
The arm cannon also did thundering,
Yeah.
so yeah,
it was thunder damage. It by the description, it was supposed to be like thunder visible out to like 300 feet, or like
Thundering
audible.
in Pathfinder does a sonic effect.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant with like audible, not visible. Visible would be like audible up to 300 feet with the just booming of thunder.
I digress.
Yeah, that confined in the caves and tunnels of the Underdark. In all honesty, probably like in retrospect, maybe should have had some other penalties associated to that, but I figured, fuck it.
But on the other hand, fuck the drow.
Yes, as one of the drow, fuck the drow. But at some point we actually crafted ear protection for the party.
Jake as Malkarith, fuck the drow.
Not
Yes.
wrong.
Just in a different way.
Sucks.
Anyway,
But yes, you all head back to the tavern, to the Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
a stuck pig, wasn't it?
Yes, the stuck pig.
Yeah.
Fuck, yes. Thank you. I wrote it down somewhere, I just don't remember where the fuck I wrote it down.
I can't remember anything else about this campaign, but every time a tavern name comes up, that's my shit.
You know what? I'm
My
grateful.
favorite is Giant Lady.
Yes, the giant lady who was run by a giant lady. It's beautiful. It's perfect.
It's good branding.
A franchise could technically be opened here now.
Oh my god!
The best part is that didn't come through on your mic, it came through on mine.
Yeah, because I didn't push to talk. Because I knew I was going to react a little too hard.
You all partake in libations, or I should say, most of you partake in libations.
Yeah, Maha would.
Pax, do you take drinks?
Yes, and I also refill my ale.
I was about to say, if you don't, your guy, Kate and Kaylee is gonna strut up and be, bitch, what the fuck are you... Bitch, what the fuck are you doing? My whole thing is literally getting drunk. What are you doing?
I'll have a couple, and then I'll do that thing where I like to pass off mine to Fef for a while. And then I would actually like to see if the town has a smith, like an open smithy.
Oh, okay.
Just because I want to replace my claws.
Hmm.
Because I haven't gotten to do that yet.
We do not, unfortunately, have a... Our smith was also one of our raiders.
His facility's still available. I can do the work myself, I just need the tools.
Oh. Well, they haven't been touched in years, but...
Good enough.
Okay. And they lead you to a building, they lead you to a house, and at this point it's about sundown, so it is getting quite a bit chillier. But they lead you to a house that has clearly been converted to a forge, and then converted again to a barracks, as you see quite a bit of Roshadran armor and weaponry, and not many more of those muskets, but just a lot of forging material kind of laying about.
Yeah, and just a night of getting the forge going, bringing everything to temp, and then replacing the crystalline claws I have with those of the claws that I took from the young dragon.
Okay. Give me a crafting check. Okay. Honestly, because you have all the materials, it's just a conversion. I'll say it takes you till about morning. Like, you are up all night doing this, but
Okay.
come morning, you have replaced the crystalline claws from the cave trolls that you encountered many weeks ago with now the actual claws of a young white dragon on your armor.
Yeah.
You are also, for today, because you did not get any sleep, fatigued.
That's fine. I'll take that.
Would anyone else like to do anything for the throughout the night?
We should probably see if Ilana wants to take most of the stuff off the loot goblin to armor up.
To arm the
the
whoever
town who
wants to
don't
be.
have stuff.
Right. Anyone else who would be willing to join the guard, give them something to work with, rather than starting from scratch.
And it takes a while because Ilona did go back home. But coming back the next day, which she would kind of just, yes, that would be much appreciated. And then she pauses a moment. And actually, runs into you, Lorenz, as she heads back into the house, and gives you, Fef, specifically gives you. This is one of the casting molds for their bullets.
I am very excited by this.
She kind of sets it in your hands, and it's heavy. It's not light, because it is an old style casting mold.
Yeah.
Chunky.
Yeah, like in Fef's hands, it is comically large. And she just, which, by the way, this morning, as you guys are about, you guys are quite legitimately, if it were not for your winter clothes, you have a strong suspicion it is genuinely the coldest you have ever encountered in your lives. And you knew it would be bad when you woke up and you got within 10 feet of the tavern door and you felt the cold.
Oh no.
In fact, you got downstairs from the upper loft of the tavern when you first woke up, and as you looked to the front door, there is actually just a layer of ice crystals on the inside of the wall and the door spreading out from the door.
And just another day in Ohio. Just on its bullshit again.
I was gonna say this used to happen at work a lot during the winter.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. And it is, for today, it is negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit.
Ooh-wee.
Ilona is in a sleeveless vest and breeches.
Frost giants.
Right, I was just gonna say.
Handing you this mold. There are many more inside. Luckily, I don't need. We will be able to, hopefully, train some folk up to be able to use these. They seem fairly simple, admittedly. Literally just fill it in with molten metal. Ha ha ha. However, I saw you, little Fef, took one of their weapons, and as such, will likely be wanting your ability to make your own weaponry, I would wager.
Very much so.
And nods. And Pax, as for I would take 5 of their loud weapons, if you would not mind sparing.
No, take whatever you want.
Much of the excess would be a bit wasted on us, I feel. You certainly will have the greater need with needing to protect the city as it is now.
Which, Fef, by the way, you will eventually have to kind of try and put the stuff from the inventory character into the bag of holding if you want to bring it with you. And because that's basically how we'll rule it, because obviously, bag of hold, at moment, the carried bulk on the inventory character is 74, which is more than what your bag of holding can carry, so...
Yeah. Because, like, each of those weapons is one bulk.
Yeah.
So we're gonna bring that down to 50.
You currently have 30 bulk worth of breastplates, so...
Well, we definitely don't need that much titty plate.
But I'll leave it to you guys to kind of sort out your that.
Also, wait, I thought the idea was we were gonna leave most of the armor and weapons back here for the townsfolk anyway.
Yeah.
That's fair. Nope. Yeah, look, I'm just going off what Pax looted yesterday or last session.
Looted everything.
Right, looted everything, but just trying to get a feel for like what we want to actually take now. I think it was all put there just to have it in one place to sort out what to do with it.
Right.
Yeah.
More than anything.
Yeah, it was less of a we're taking all this with us and more, okay, sort through this, figure out what you want, the rest of it goes to the town.
Right.
Right.
Theth, if you have not taken flintlock rounds yet off of, there's actually musket rounds to bring with you immediately as well.
Yeah,
So
I grabbed like 6 of them.
still a bunch of them on there.
I fucking
I didn't know about the molds when I grabbed the 6 of them, so I didn't want to leave the townspeople without any ammo.
gotcha. That's fair.
That is fair.
There's also bolts for your crossbow too.
Alright, yeah. Let me pop that character sheet up and shimmy some things around.
Lorenz, I don't know if you want a spare shield.
I have the cantrip if necessary. Cantrip shield works for my hybrid study the exact same way regular shield does.
That is true.
Well, it may be a bit cold to travel today, but at the same time, it could be very much colder tomorrow. That being said, I do believe I've spoken with a few of our boatmen, and several are willing to take you to Wormrest, actually.
The full trip. And that wouldn't pose any issues.
The way they see it, for the people that freed us, as it were, they'd be more than willing to take you along. Probably making a few pit stops along the way, admittedly. Not exactly a short journey, even on the water.
Well, any assistance that can be afforded us is very sincerely appreciated. We will have to speak with the boatman, see who would be able to take us.
By and large, if you were to go just 8 hours a day, you should get to Wormrest in about 5 days, give or take. The next village along our branch of the waterway is Hamar. That's about a day and some change.
Do you know of anything we may expect in Hamar? Any?
No. It is much like Holland, very passed by, as it were. The only reason it mostly serves as a intermediary between Holland and the rest of the larger tributary. Or I should say the riverway proper. River road, riverway, whatever.
Let's see. Very much a pass-through town. Okay.
No, Holland is the path through town. We go through, and then people bring their things to Hamar, and then we go to Hamar to trade.
See.
Perhaps you would use up north, farmers market. It's not quite exactly as accurate, but
Apt enough. Well, if a stop is needed there, we may be able to take a moment to get a finger on the pulse of things, see if there maybe something to be done for them, or if we should be straight a ways towards Wormrest.
It, and from Hamar, again, about 4 days or so. That's not too bad.
So, you certainly have tempered yourself well with battle, but though I know many of the raiders did not manage to escape the Rashadran's reckoning, what do you make of those who still have their weapons about? You think you'd be able to bring them up to snuff?
Well, the old at least have old instincts to rely on. I don't worry so much about them. It is the younger generation that will need proper training and discipline. Those are the ones that will be a bit hard. But I think we can pull it off.
I have faith in you. You managed to see us through this much, and being able to dig your heels in and stand your ground should be a bit more achievable.
Well, I wish you all luck on your journey, on your trip, journey, mission.
All of the above, I suppose. Which is many things.
That is fair. That is fair. Thank you for your help, all of you. She kind of reaches down and like offers Mahajapa a handshake, and then sees the difference in hand size, and is like,
Wait, Ma's reaching up to return the handshake nonetheless. But yes, he had just a bit of a, just sort of...
grabs Maha's entire arm up to the fucking, like, middle of his forearm and just...
Yeet.
I'm sorry.
I just thought that as an image, just...
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. Believe me, that's not even the most awkward handshake that I've had in my time as a emissary.
I don't doubt. Also, the fuck was that dragon?
Don't worry about it.
A friend.
I don't get paid enough.
No, you don't.
You get paid?
I'm sure she will soon enough once things are a bit more in order.
I don't. That's the
Having the
problem.
proper
I don't get paid enough.
No, he's been a fine ally for me in these times.
I am glad.
It's not the easiest to explain, so I just tend not to.
Understandable. Well, is there anything else anyone would like to do in Holland before you head on out?
No, not for Zendros. Zendros is kind of the the odd one out, right? A stranger in a strange land, sticking out like a sore thumb, sort of thing. So he's like, it's
Right.
probably best if I keep to myself while we're here.
Zendros getting very much being given a wide berth out of both he's a spooky boy, but also no one really like no one looking at you, Zendros, with any
Recognition.
no
'Cause that's another thing he's very paranoid about.
derision. No one looking at you with any derision. It's just a lot of Hello. Yes, you are with you are with the party that has freed us. Hello. Yes, you are very spooky. Please don't touch me. Yes. Hello.
You carry the plague.
Oh God, Cam.
What?
But yeah, no, absolutely. So you guys are set up with Jerry, the boatman. Um,
Jerry was a riverboat driver.
All right, now.
I'm glad. I knew if anyone. Jerry, the nondescript river boatman. Look,
I'm
they can't all be
No.
Gyarm, all right?
What's his first name?
His first name is Jerry.
Are you sure it's not Mungo?
This is not the summertime, though.
Hey
It
Cam,
is quite the opposite.
hey Cam, I'm gonna need you to shove that spiked chain up your ass.
Lengthwise or widthwise?
Eh.
Dealer's
Yes.
choice.
Coiled
Make a
it in.
monkey's fist out of it.
As you guys head off up the river and away from this conversation,
Did we empty out
inventory.
to
Looks like no. I will leave that
No.
to one of you to do it.
Everybody have everything they want off of inventory.
nothing that was on the loot goblin really helps me in any way, so I wasn't really taking anything.
Also, I hope I wonder if
Because
anyone.
I'm just gonna start deleting stuff.
Yeah.
People are just aware of the goblin. Just delete goblin.
Has anyone looked at inventory's in character information tab?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm still good.
Gender and pronouns, inventory, ethnicity, items, nationality, possessions.
Fantastic.
Strength 30.
God damn it.
Yes. I'm gonna fucking scream. Do 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 do. Beer back.
Please do.
Gonna reboot Discord and hopefully it'll stop being shit.
Made Silent Bob to link to that,
Oh god, yeah.
but couldn't find one that was just that.
God.
I'm Maha. This is my hetero life mate. Linthitude. Yeah.
I've also updated the Loot Goblin's deity.
Oh god. Loot.
I was really hoping it would be stuff.
I thought about it.
Uh,
I'm a bit more partial to things, but
as you guys are traveling along the river, the smaller river, north, it is, I would say, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon when the wind begins to pick up and the snow begins to turn much heavier. As yet another blizzard rolls through the area. And Jerry, being much less experienced than Gyarm, and frankly not as cool,
I mean, his name's Jerry.
well, my friends, it looks like we will have to pull over to the side of the river for the rest of the day until the storm passes.
Clint Winters, huh?
Why does he sound like an English person doing an American accent?
I mean, I know he was trying to go for a generic voice. He should have just gone for like a Microsoft Sam or something.
I'm now just ready to just look at me. I'm American. I think I'll use my credit card.
I would
And
like a
cheese-
Big Mac.
Cheeseburger.
Do you have anything gluten-free? Anything non-dairy?
I am an Air Force aircraft pilot.
We assholes.
100%.
So, as Jerry pulls the boat, the long ship
Sure.
ashore, I'm assuming you guys put the yurt up
Yep.
for
Yeah.
the evening.
You're going up.
Will any
Do we let Jerry in the yurt?
Nah.
wow?
That's mean. That's ice cold.
Yeah, like the outside where Jerry sleeps.
It's been at least one day, right?
It is. This is the evening, the end of the day from the first day that you left. Yes.
But we spent a day in town while Lorenz was doing his crafting too, right?
He did that overnight.
Yeah, that's why I have a point of fatigue. The night everybody spent celebrating, I spent crafting.
Okay, no, because I natural healing. I just need to do that real quick.
Oh, fair, yeah.
That is a thing. Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
that fatigue go to get off of you. Wait.
Where's... I forget. Is the natural healing? Is it level times con mod?
Yes.
That's-
Yes.
Okay. Right. 6 times 3 is 18. Okay.
Ugh.
Back to full. E.
So yeah, don't forget to don't forget to do your natural healing. Beth, there you go. Excuse me.
Oh, wait, would I not get natural healing because I didn't rest?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
I think that is how that works.
However,
I thought so too.
as you all bed down for the evening, it is in the yurt. It's a very pleasant evening, actually. Again, you guys, because the yurt is so large inside, you don't have it, and it is magically warmed inside, and you guys, it's not the warmest sleep you've ever slept, but you've had worse. And as you awaken at your usual time and do your hour preparation, everyone kind of, which Lorenz, you are now no longer fatigued,
Hey,
and oh god,
What?
What?
I accidentally put dying on Lorenz.
Please no.
Aren't we all?
inside, not outside. Please stop.
You are not fatigued because you are bleeding out. What? Wait, what?
It takes a few hours after sunup, but as the sun comes up, the clouds, they don't part, but the temperature begins to rise really quickly throughout the day, to the point where the snow has become rain again.
Ooh. That could be bad.
Yeah.
That could very much become an issue.
Jerry just, well, I will not look a gift horse in the mouth. We can make it to Hamar today.
Well, if we can finish the trip, might as well get going.
Way of the future.
Sooner
The way of the
sooner
future.
we can get to a proper place to bed down and not have to worry about braving the elements anymore, the better.
Yes, and once we get to the riverway proper, the river road proper, it will be much easier to travel without needing to worry about running ashore.
Quite. Lead on then, Jerry.
Yes. I was back in the long ship and everyone getting settled and whatnot, and it's about, let's see, because you guys had to stop early due to the blizzard yesterday. The rain is admittedly not exactly fun. But it is definitely less, like, it straight up gets above freezing today as you guys are going along.
For now.
And becomes what many would call normal.
I'm sorry, just the way you said that.
What we humans call normal.
That combined with the super dramatic music we're listening to right now.
Yeah.
Seriously, I don't.
That becomes normal. I'm just sitting there, and I'm just the way you said it. I was just like, hold on, I need to see if he has like a bottle of barbecue sauce on his bookshelf behind him.
Oh God.
No, but I do keep packets of hot sauce in my pockets at all times.
You ain't special.
Look, you never know when you're gonna need some hot sauce.
Yeah, just pour it. But you never know when you're going to need to season your eyeballs.
I've done it once. I don't recommend it.
Dry rub your eyeballs.
Habanero
Please
sauce,
do
okay?
not. Don't do that either.
Just throw dry rub in your eyes. But yeah,
Well seasoned.
well seasoned. Speaking of well seasoned, Jerry is a very well traveled boatman, and he gets you to Hamar about early afternoon.
Flawless segue.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh God.
Mad at chat.
Oh no. Oh God.
I don't have the stream open. What did I miss in chat?
Fluffy. Dry rub.
I'm extremely angry, but I'm concealing it behind a flat expression.
See, what we need is clear eyes.
Apply directly to the forehead.
Incorrect.
Oh, your third eye's open?
You fucking Garlean some bitch.
Oh God. But no, as you guys get to Hamar, it is
Normal.
normal. No, it is as Ilana said, it's a lot more of a trader town than what Holland was. Holland being very much out of the way, off on its own, passed by between Hamar and Miola.
Not quite as much of the like stranded outpost as Miola was, but not
Right.
a ton more than that.
There's a lot of stalls and people trading selling wares. Well, it would be if it weren't for the fact that winter is coming, and so a lot of people aren't really selling as much anymore as say a few months ago.
But it's visible that that's the intent
Right.
for the set up for it. Okay.
Is there anything anyone would like to do in Hamar? Any potential last minute shopping before heading on
Buckling
down
for the
river?
long haul.
Right.
Um.
How are your rations looking?
Looking...
I've actually forgotten to be keeping track of the rations, admittedly.
That's fair.
What is the 7 out of 7 with the 3 in quantity mean?
So the if you open
changed.
if you open up rations, there's a button that says use rations. Each individual quantity of rations has 7 uses in it.
Okay, yeah, no, so I'm good then.
Same.
Yeah,
I've got 2 weeks or 4 weeks worth of rations. So yeah,
I've got 2 weeks, but I mean, we've been using the yurt basically, or we've been in a town. So
the yurt feeds us.
Right. So yeah, we should be fine, I think.
Right. Okay.
Plus, Aslan also has like 3 weeks of rations that she's never going to eat, so like
And
extra
right.
storage right there.
Yeah, and the ability to potentially forage up more.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good to just allow Jerry to handle whatever business he might have, and then continue along. I don't think the rest of us have much of anything to worry about.
Jerry buys 30 hookers. No,
Jesus, Jerry.
Look, he wants to do a lot of fishing, okay?
And does 3
Hey.
kilos of cocaine.
I have need.
Clearly.
The one thing about Jerry that isn't vanilla.
I mean, hookers and blows, pretty basic tier vice right there.
That's
You're
like
not
bronze
wrong.
meta.
That's the pumpkin. That is the pumpkin spice of vice.
That's the bronze league meta.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Wow, I cannot believe I'm being called out like this.
Hookers and blow is oh my god.
Pumpkin
Oh.
Let
spice
me
of
say it again for
vice.
you, TJ.
Oh
Hookers and
my
blow is
God.
the pumpkin
Pumpkin
spice of vice.
of vice. No, it's beautiful. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to squeeze that into a conversation at work next
That
week.
needs to go on Twitter immediately as a fucking out of context quote. Oh,
Pathfinder.
holy shit.
Yeah, I'll put that up on Twitter. Hold on. Give me a moment.
Oh.
I think you have our ambient music switched with the combat music, by the way.
No. This is just a random. This is supposed to. I've been trying to find different ambient ones that will work. And it's, yeah, it's been a shit show.
Braving a river in winter while it's
Scary business. But,
Yeah.
like, Monster Hunter music might be a little too bombastic.
As you
I mean,
walk down the street, being entirely
we could have
unaccosted by
gotten Kazu's
anything.
music. That might have been a bit more fitting. PJ's mad about it.
He is. But he's more mad that it's right.
Mad about elves.
I'm mad. Mad about elves. Ah. But no. So, as you guys leave out of Hamar, I'll probably stay until the next day. Since you guys do get there about mid-afternoon. But Hamar, nothing exciting happens.
In just the pass through, though, I do just want to kind of at least get a look about, like, you said that, like, the markets, while a lot of them are sort of like less busy or shutting down, everything's still going. Did we really see any like activity or patrol or anything out of the Rashadrans, or is
They're
this really
around, but it's very much kind of like, more just there, almost like a backdrop. Whereas in Yola and Holland, it was more, they were actively there and whatnot, kind of. Well, Yola at least. In Hamar, they're kind of just minimum wage guards.
less of an active force in
Yeah.
what goes on? And okay,
And if you would like to know more, give me a society check.
do so.
Actually, like to help with that if that's okay.
Okay, roll your own society check.
Yeah.
Okay. Well. Maha, you get a +1 of that.
Okay, so
27. As you guys are kind of like just relaxing, kind of at the tavern that night, really kind of getting warmth back in your bodies after the whole after the trip in the rain.
Rain, yeah.
The guards, the Roshadran occupying forces are not exactly as active here in Hamar, mostly because Hamar is kind of self-policed. it being a lot of merchants and farmers. They kind of keep to them. They keep to themselves, and it's very much a don't start none, won't be none kind of town. And when you do start some, you get cut the fuck out of your stall.
Three things are gonna happen. I hit you, you hit the pavement, ambulance hits 60.
I that's actually kind of interesting. Like with what we saw back in Holland of them just kind of like completely dismantling any kind of like fighting or guarding force, them leaving this one more or less alone is
Well, because it sounds like there's not so much a security force here so much as it is any action is met by economic rebuttal.
okay. That's
If you're caught swindling or if you're caught, I mean, like thieving, of course, is a different matter entirely, and the Rashadans are probably taking care of that sort of nonsense. But any swindlers, cheaters, any sort of economic instepping is going to result in the merchants in town sort of cutting you out, basically.
reprisals from that. Yeah. Okay. All right. I can see that then.
We call that tactic the game's journal.
Not wrong.
Spicy.
Not wrong though. Yeah. Okay.
So, as you guys awaken the next morning, the warm front has held throughout the night and on into the next day, and the rain has let up. Actually, um, it's. Don't get me wrong, it's still really fucking cold. Like you'll definitely want to be bundled up, but it's not so cold to the point where you would be taking damage actively. It's as you guys get back in the boat with Jerry, the boatman. Hello, good morning. How are you? Um, you do. It's like you could almost get away with you could get away with your without your winter clothing. Um, it would just be and just getting by with like heavier with layering up, basically, but with normal clothes.
Right. Okay.
And as you head out,
Cool.
let me see here.
Yeah, just getting a look at the map. So after Hamar is when we actually get to the major river proper. Then.
Yes, and it takes you guys within the first days when you guys are getting to the proper to the proper winter. I'm sorry, proper river. And as you kind of come out of your little tributary and onto the river proper, it is a very large river. If you wager from shore to shore, it's probably about, again, varying, but on average, about 2.5 miles wide.
Fuck. That's what? The fuck?
It is a large river, and you can see along, not just you guys, there are dozens of boats going both ways, and there's room for everybody. And you all kind of begin to realize why the people of Kalint tend to use the river road.
The water roads. Yep. Mm-hmm. This makes a whole lot more sense now.
Yes, it is quite the large river, isn't it?
If you
Yeah,
want some
that's
context, that's like a mile wider than the Ohio River.
Real talk. I just looked it up. The Detroit River over where the bridge is also at its widest 2 miles, and I've been on that bridge, and that is fucking mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking. God damn.
It is a massively wide river.
You ever just look at a lot of water and be like, "Damn, that's a lot of water."
Thank
Yes,
you.
actually.
I don't know why that's so.
Thank you so much.
You're looking
I
at a lot
can't
of water.
even.
Why does that feel like an intro to like a modern fucking like rap or hip hop? Just,
Yeah.
just some random fucking like Lil Nas X song or some shit. Just you ever look at a lot of water and just be like, damn, that's a lot of water.
Bass hits.
Yeah. But yeah, so and Jerry again just doing the rowing. Yes, it is quite the large body of water. It supports the traveling of many of Kalin's natives.
I thought you said we couldn't be automatons in your game.
Well, yeah, we can't be.
I'm checking him
Oh,
for
my bad.
wires.
Dude,
I'm checking him for wires.
make a perception check.
Yeah, Jerry's a narc.
Wow.
I forgot to hit the blind one, but shit. I'm so glad I didn't.
I'd like to roll a is he snitching check.
Oh god. Just know that this now means if we have to do anything for real this campaign, I'm fucked because there
Yep.
went all my luck.
Oh yeah,
As you're checking over
Unless
Jerry's
you're seeking out snitches.
apparently.
as you're checking out Jerry's body and checking him for wires of any kind, why are you doing this? You do find there's not a lot of hair on the back of his head. Because you what you do see, however, is some very gnarled scars, and that have in patches that has just kind of stopped the hair growth on the back of his head.
That's where they installed it, bro.
Don't like that.
Oh, did you see my scar? I'm sorry, it is not exactly a attractive thing.
There's a part of me that's curious to ask how, though I feel that maybe a bit of impropriety.
I took a spiked mace to the back of the head when I was younger, in my raiding days. The helmet I was wearing is the only reason I am alive. Yeah, y'all thought this was a joke character. No.
Still is.
Fuck.
Haha, tragic backstory. Fuck you.
Still is.
Yeah, no, sorry. He's the boat version of the Johnny Cab from Total Recall.
The Jerry Cab.
Jerry Boat.
Johnny Cab, Jerry Boat.
Yeah.
That's his full name.
Yep.
I tend to wear hoods or hats to hide the scars if I can.
Oh, I feel like an asshole.
Don't. It is natural to be curious about such injuries. I understand.
Can we just keep on rowing?
Yes. And as you
That awkward fast.
Awkward silence is awkward.
Fuck.
and as you guys are going along, again, it takes about another 2 days. What?
So, because I had to, because I was like, wait, no, there's something wrong with that. Damage to that part of his skull wouldn't mess with the way he speaks. Well, it might. More importantly, it would mess with his coordination and vision. And now we're letting him pilot the boat.
Good thing Lorenz didn't make a medicine check.
Sure didn't. I'm not trained in that shit either.
2 days later, you guys wind up back in Cliffwatch.
Oh.
2 days later, we're in the T-Fold.
That's just impressive at that point.
Yeah, honestly.
10 days later, we took a wrong turn at Albuquerque.
Oh.
Oh god.
Oh, Jerry's Eldritch is what it is.
Jerry's father Pef.
Oh.
No, no, no! Stop!
You can't just say his name. You'll
He's
summon
covering
him.
he's covering his odd speech with just a different odd speech.
Somewhere
Just to
nearby.
throw
Just,
us off.
No.
Oh god, oh shit, oh fuck, not again.
yeah. After about your second day of traveling, say about mid-afternoon. Fuck it. You guys are rowing along, and you begin to see on the eastern part of the river, northeastern, before you really see anything, you see kind of black smoke curling up into the sky ahead of you.
Yeah. Like, how far off and like how thick can we do? Like, from
Make a survival check. See if you can kind of maths it out.
I ain't gonna get a feel for that worth shit. No.
It's a couple, probably less than a mile away. You wager, maybe give or take.
Right.
And then as you guys continue going along, the column of smoke becomes larger, and as you come into view eventually of a settlement where it would appear that as you get closer, you could see figures running around very rapidly. And even from this far out, you can see that there are buildings that are on fire. And from what you can tell, there seems to be people in the water. With a few boats, it looks like ships that are been damaged somehow and are sinking.
Oh, this is not good.
No, that is not good. That
Would
is
like
concerning.
to ready the crossbow.
I'm debating if I want to. Let's hold. I'm gonna hold off on something until we're actually closer to the fucking town proper. But
Yeah, same with drawing weapons. Actually, I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, same with me.
yeah.
Okay.
Are we assuming Jerry's going to actually want to get his boat closer to whatever's fucked up?
It is always good to help your fellow person.
If lizard folk wasn't already a race, I'd accuse
Oh.
him of some shit.
I was gonna say, fucking reptile man.
Get us to the docks. We'll see what's going on.
Yes, of course. Sorry, Artemis is aggressively fucking grooming herself next to the heat pad.
See, this is why you throw the tranks so they don't escape.
You're right. And as you get closer, as you get closer, there are people. You see people on the docks casting lines for the people that are in the water, and people have stopped their own ships that are pulling people out of the water. And Jerry kind of angles himself over to one of the docks, and you see that there are some of the docks here have even taken some damage from just there's just splintered holes straight through the docks. Um, and you can see people kind of taking water from the river and rushing it in fire brigade to kind of put out the fires that are around.
Right. Yeah. Does Jerry find a good spot to actually like dock up?
Yeah,
Yes?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. As soon as we reach dock, just hopping out of the boat and just trying to haul ass towards town to see what the fuck's going on.
I will wait here for you when you return.
Much obliged. Come on,
Uh,
let's get moving.
as you head in, it's there's a lot of panic going on right now. As people just kind of be trying to get things off of fire, people pulled out of the river. There are splatters of gore here and there, just seemingly at random.
Are there any people in any sort of uniforms, be it Rashadrin or anything, like
There-
any consistent uniform on anyone?
There are several Roshadran guards around. A lot of them are helping coordinate fire brigades or helping coordinate river rescues. And just in general trying they're just there's a few of them, and some of them are in constituent pieces around you as you run through the town.
Okay.
Perception
As-
check if I get a clue to see what actually unpeopled them.
Okay, you can roll perception. You could try. You have no earthly idea. It's both a lot of people. It looks like just like exploded. Is your best guess? Best guess?
Right, none of this is right.
You there?
Yeah.
You're there! Quick! And a bucket is thrust into your hands. Just run! Help! Get the water from the river to the forge. We can't afford to lose it.
Yeah. Just stumbling backwards a bit on taking the bucket, and then just very well, and just not even going to question it. Just going to start moving, just to get closer to things to see what the fuck happened.
Sure.
Yeah, same. But I guess seeing a bucket get thrust into his hands, I guess any fires I see, I'm actually gonna hit with. One moment. Yeah, I'm gonna hit with Ray of Frost.
Okay. And as you start to do that, just one of the Roshadrans nearby just fucking wonderful! Quick, come this way. We've got and he just grabs you and just it brings you with him. To
Fef will follow that one, by the way.
yeah. And it brings you to a building that is on fire. Just quick, please, anything. Gunpowder.
Zendros would be using his healer's tools to like help
Okay.
anybody.
And it is okay, absolutely. Give me a medicine check. Maha, you give me an athletics check as well to kind of gauge on like your guys's
Right.
and luckily you guys are assisted with this in the fact that it is raining quite heavily today. And it has been kind of since you guys started.
We are not great in a crisis.
Zendros, you're definitely doing a lot better with your just trying to help people. Mahajapit, you're doing about as well as a gnome could be expected running.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if like, on having struggling, like, even with snowshoes, I imagine, like, rain and snow, just the wet snow. I think after making a couple of runs, Maha's going to just
Yeah.
kind of ditch it and say, like, I can use ice. If there's anything that I can do to
Oh,
help with
yes,
Lorenz.
of course. And yeah, I especially because especially on the paths, and because it's not as cold, it hasn't been as cold the last few days. So a lot of the snow along the footpaths has melted. So your snowshoes have actually been slowing you down.
Okay, all right. So yeah, if we're doing
Oh,
that, I was gonna say, like,
Aslan, being metal as fuck, fills an entire goddamn barrel of water and then just pew!
yeah, sounds about right.
She has a high carrying capacity.
She do. Give me an athletics check, just as
Also a really high speed.
yeah. And Lorenz, you are okay. Yeah, Aslan, with no problems. You are just fucking. You are a fire brigade chain all your own, as you are able to get an entire bucket of water deeper and deeper into town than a lot of these chains have people for. And Lorenz, you're able to put the fire out with your Rays of Frost, and joined by Mahajapit after a while. In what you quickly discover is the Roshadran barracks and armory, where as you're kind of helping out, you realize that there is 7 to 10 barrels that have been kind of have red paint painted around the width of the barrel.
Yeah, at that point, anything that even looks like coals catches a ray of frost.
Right.
Okay.
Maha's not going to be leaving shit to chance on this one.
Luckily, with Aslan's high rolls, and Zendros with your fairly high roll for your medicine, and your guys' magic, it the fires are put out in about 30 minutes, and people are kind of fished out of the water. Zendros, you're especially helping with the people who are fished out of water because they are, as you know, at risk of hypothermia, and you're doing what you can to help with them.
Probably getting sick.
Yes.
Right.
And within about 30 minutes, things begin to reach a level of calm from the panic that it was when you first arrived.
Yeah, probably not entirely under control yet, but less hectic.
Imminently life-threatening.
Right.
And on the Roshadran guard that dragged you off, Loren just, oh, thank you so much to both of you. And you watch as his shoulders is slump and just leans against the wall of the nearest building and just
Yeah,
pulling off the steel helmet and just some fairly long black hair just kind of spilling out. Looks, you wager, probably not older than 20.
We just got into town ourselves off the water road. What happened here?
we were attacked. The locals have called a rock. It came out of the sky and just started picking shit up and dropping it.
Can I do a potential recall knowledge on a
Sure, recall knowledge using nature.
Okay. Probably not going to be great out of me, but
I mean, same, just because I'm part of the conversation.
Yeah, sure. Fef, I will also allow it from you as well, because you did say you were going with them.
That's about what I expected.
Beth?
There's always that
Oh.
little moment where I have to find this heals page again.
No, that's fair. I understand. Yeah, Maha and Lorenz, especially you growing up as a city kid, you're not. And Maha, you're not super familiar with nature as a whole. But with having grown up around politics and people, more specifically, is your kind of
Right. Yeah.
bag. Fef, you've heard tales. From various cousins and uncles and aunts amongst their travels. You are familiar with what a rock is. And you know that it is a large predatory bird. That its primary hunting method is picking things up, flying up high enough, and then just dropping them.
Yeah, it really is just a giant ass bird. I believe they're big enough to hunt cattle as well, right?
Mammoths.
Oh god. I'm just gonna share that with everybody.
And the Rashadran goes, yeah, I fucking believe that. Picked up a horse in like one talon and just like flew off and then just and then it
Gods.
dropped it into one of the forges, which caused panic and embers went flying, and that is what kind of started the fires. And I think
How did you say this all started?
it just flew in from the north and just Thank you so much.
Of course, of course. If there was something that we could do to help, it's not like we were going to stand by and watch the place burn. I don't suppose in the midst of all the panic, I don't suppose you managed to see where the rock might have flown off to.
I did not. I'm sorry. It was
Other more pressing concerns.
yes. The locals might have more information. I'm uh uh not from around here.
Right.
Else, I just got here like 3 weeks ago.
Not exactly the warmest of welcomes, is it?
Nothing in this country has been warm. I'm very cold. Oddly warm today, though.
True enough. Well, I'm glad we were able to help.
As am I.
We'll be on our way. See if the rest of our friends have managed to tend to their duties.
Of course. Of course.
Come on then. Gonna try and head back towards the docks to catch back up with
The rest of the party.
Sandros and all the others.
Sure. Yeah, following after Maha, actually making a point of like following him at a step behind, basically bodyguard position, effectively.
Sure.
Trying to emphasize my personal impact.
Right.
Okay, and you guys head back to the docks, and you guys reconnoiter around that area. And again, Aslan effectively like being thanked by a lot of people, like a lot of people just wanting to shake Aslan's hand, thank her personally.
I imagine there were probably some people thrown to safety that were stuck inside the fires.
Yeah.
Because like she was literally going into the fires. So if you wanted to have taken a couple bits of damage, one at a time because of her fire resist,
Sure.
that's fine. But
And then halved.
it wouldn't be half. She has resist 5. So
Oh. Well,
That still works out though.
Yeah. Then just -1. There we go. Yeah. Um. But yeah, no. Just Aslan looking minorly singed, but overall okay. And again, very minorly singed. As people just Roshadrans and locals alike coming up to just thank you so much for your help. Thank all of you for your help. We couldn't have gotten this as under control as we did without you.
The town blowing up would not do anybody any good.
No, certainly least of all us. Ha 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 ha.
Ha ha ha.
Lots of laughter, but I'm. Eh.
Freeze frame like an 80s sitcom.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. But yes, you guys have reconnoitered.
Just now knowing that with the drops from the rock, the whole explodey bodies makes a bit more sense. That's yeah. You know, say I remember Oliver's story about developing those photos for the police department once. That
Yep.
Yeah, not a good sight.
No.
To summarize, human body is basically just a water balloon of blood for a drop like that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you guys have reconnoitered and are free to.
Just kind of glance over at the docks to see if Jerry's held up well enough during all this, or if anything kind of went south towards his end of the docks.
Yeah, and Jerry just kind of at the ship. Just wow, things have been heavily damaged here. I'm glad we made it in time.
Believe me, so am I. Just kind of glance at the town and just kind of just wave everyone back towards Jerry's boat, but not stepping on just yet. Just kind of try and talk in a bit more hushed tones here of just, well, I would certainly call things here not exactly stable, though perhaps not in the way that we'd like them to be. But what does everyone think? Should we be moving on or possibly look into this?
And I do agree.
Go ahead.
I do agree my earlier assessment of the town blowing up would do nobody any good is still correct.
Yeah, Zendros was gonna put forth. Well, it might be worth looking into because it could eventually become our problem, even if it isn't now.
This is true.
Although, perhaps learning the methods the locals use to call the rocks could become a potential battlefield tactic against them. Against the Roshadrans, not the people.
This is true. It would certainly take some coordination to end up with something less chaotic. I'd like to imagine that these kind of results aren't exactly what was being aimed for, but until we actually get a clearer picture of who was involved, I don't think we can say for sure. It may help to ask around to see the who, how, and why of it.
We just need to be careful how we proceed, lest we be heralded as heroes of the Roshadrans.
Indeed. Just
What a twist!
I think gaining knowledge of the situation wouldn't necessarily go amiss, but being careful on how we act upon it would likely be the more prudent thing to watch out for, to not have our intentions misconstrued.
Comes down to it, possibly also this is a force that can be directed a bit better. Like you said, the chaos from this was hopefully unintended, but perhaps if so, or even if not so, there is something we can do to turn attempts like these into something more focused.
Uh,
Now, is there something that could be fun?
They're gonna look to Aslan and just. I'm not
Difficult,
sure.
but would be quite fitting. The Roshadrins here now look upon us favorably. Perhaps we can turn some of the occupiers into resistors.
You wish to try and make them turn their coats.
They seem to be new, or at least the one we met is. Isolated for the most part, and clearly above their heads in terms of pay grade.
Dissent in the ranks.
Could be interesting.
Division amongst themselves. The idea is not without merit.
Especially if we could find a way to get word to spread. Cities within Kalint are liberating, and there is now whispered dissent amongst Roshadran ranks. Hell, we'd find chaos and Wormcrest by the time we arrive, much less before without us even having to be there.
I don't know that that would necessarily be the best outcome. It
Uh,
certainly is one that we could aim for.
Chaos burns slowly. You would be surprised. It is like a long fuse into a very large bomb. First, it starts in the streets, people to people, businessman to businessman, hushed conversation, and then it explodes into riots, and hangings, and executions. The goal is to not let it get quite to that point.
Yeah, just one of the things as the Reds is listing off like riots and all that, just Ma just a little like muttered, coughed to himself, just political bombings.
Yes, that one too.
Well, first things first, figuring out what exactly happened with this rock would be a good place to start, I think.
Yeah. Before we commit too much to this plan, yeah, it's a good idea.
Shall we see if we can find that same guard again? Get an idea of. He said that he knew that the locals had summoned this rock. I'd like to figure out how he knows this and what all he may have knowledge of exactly.
It's a good idea. He seemed pretty forthcoming with information.
I'm going to correct something. I didn't say the locals summoned them. He said the locals knew more about the rock.
Oh, I could have sworn I heard something about like summoner called.
Yeah,
rock.
same.
No, yeah, no. The rock. The locals knew more about the rock.
God. Okay. So that
I
changes things
was
a
like,
little bit. Okay.
hold on.
Yeah,
Right.
it definitely
Yeah.
sounded like you said called is the thing.
Mm. No, that would be a very different conversation.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that's what I had gathered from it from what I heard. But yeah, that's okay. That changes matters a little bit though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still definitely going to be something. So maybe not going back to that same guard, but just trying to again talk to the locals, figure out what the deal is with the rock. Like if this is near its territory or anything they might know about it.
I know shit all about animals, don't get me wrong, but if the Roshadrins, we've seen them go clearing away at local populations of certain creatures, namely giants. Perhaps they tried to do something to his rock, and what we are dealing with is some kind of angry mother. And I know fuck all about animals, but
Roland somewhere just
yeah, Roland is screaming.
Roland spinning in his grave hard enough to be a fucking power source.
Yeah.
Well, as you guys head back into the town of Muley to try and find a local that you might be able to glean some information from, we're gonna go ahead and take our break. And
Okay.
and
Do Johnny Bravo impersonations, apparently. Got one person to laugh. That's all I'm really hoping for.
I quit. But yes, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. See you guys shortly.
Oh, mama.
Okay, I have to piss super bad, and that's part of why I've been as quiet as I have been. So I'm gonna go.
Yep, do what you gotta do.
Yep.
Now is the time.
Oh, hello, everybody. I am back.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Holy shit.
Thanks, Discord. Fucking hate you too, apparently.
It literally waited until you were back.
Yeah. I'm gone, doesn't do shit. Fucking, I get back, disconnects me within 5 seconds of being back. Yeah, that sounds about my fucking luck.
What the fuck? I'm genuinely baffled by it. Like, this is...
Yep. Same. Also, Fluffy, Roland in his grave. Well done. Oh, buddy. Let's see. So it looks like most everyone's back except for Dave. No, Dave is there.
Dustin might not be back yet.
That's true.
Yeah,
Dustin?
he said he was going over to get his laundry sorted.
Gotcha.
Good lord. I suppose I just saw fucking... So consider, Victorian England ranged from 1837 to 1901. The American Old West was 1803 to 1912. The Meiji Restoration was 1868 to 1912, and French privateering in the Gulf of Mexico ended around 1830. So therefore, an adventuring party consisting of a Victorian gentleman thief, an Old West gunslinger, a disgraced former samurai, and an elderly French pirate is actually 100% historically plausible.
Yes. Yes, it is.
just tying all of those fucking different periods and realizing, no, those weren't actually that separated. It's just different parts of the world having this shit at the same
And
time.
historically accurate, they could have gone on a mission for the disgraced samurai to try and steal katanas from the Vatican.
That's true, actually.
Yep.
The Vatican has a set of katanas that were gifted to them by Date Masamune.
Oh my god. Yeah, that would explain the gentleman thief being a part of that as well.
Yeah. It is also possible for Abraham Lincoln to have received a telegram from a samurai.
Yep.
Just, yep. Yep, that sure is a fucking thing. God damn it. Oh, buddy. All right.
Oh god.
So,
I'm not saying this out loud.
Brad in chat saying this series needs to be fucking written. The cursing for emphasis added by me.
I would 100% be down for this fucking like Tomb Raider ass campaign.
God.
Let's go steal some katanas from the Vatican, everyone.
Like, cause
I'm back.
I'm trying to
Sorry,
think like,
my
Hey, welcome
my
back.
dumbass cut the tip of my finger open, so I had to fucking take care of that.
Oh no.
yikes.
That's fair. Yeah, welcome back though. So where we left off, you guys were heading back into Muli in an attempt to find a local to potentially gather more information about the odd attack that has happened just before you arrived. As you attempt to search, everyone who is searching, give me society checks.
Okay.
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 The duality of man.
I was about to say, what the fuck is tonight fucking opposite night?
So, I'd like to point out that rolling opposite ends of the crits also reversed their numbers.
Oh god, it
Oh
is.
shit.
31 and
Cursed.
13.
Extremely cursed.
With Pax's natural 20 though. You guys are
pretty much everyone except for Lorenz, Maha, and Zendros, you guys are able to find
Actually,
some locals.
there we go.
Hey,
There we go.
yeah, it makes me feel lonely when I'm the only one on camera. Especially because I actually do watch your guys' cameras for reactions. So, hey.
Right.
So basically, Zendros and Mahajapit, you guys are able to find some locals that are your average humdrum local. Motherfucking Pax walks up with a man who introduced a half-orc gentleman, about 6'1", 6'2", very very dark medium brownish skin, and a lot of his hands are gnarled as fuck from just various bites, claw marks, scars of age, and even as you guys wouldn't necessarily know, but Pax, you also being a half orc, know the signs of what in a human would be liver spots and kind of almost even arthritis. The half orc with some very graying hair, and a large furred cloak around his shoulders. This is the local huntmaster, as he was introduced to you.
Yeah,
Wearing,
that works.
wearing an Arctic bear pelt.
That works.
He comes up to yes. Hello. How can I assist you? Your friend here, Axe, said you were looking for information about the rock attack that occurred but an hour ago.
Yes, we arrived seeing some of the aftermath and tried to help, but we wanted to try and get a bit of an understanding of what exactly went down. Like anything you might know of why it came here, where it came from.
Well, I've hunted in these parts for better part of 40, 50 years at this point. The rocks in this area are primarily native to the mountains to the north. But they tend to keep most of their hunting to the fields that are north of town, but south of the mountains, and sometimes off to the east, as there is a large swath of land out there that all that's out there anymore is, uninhabited, abandoned towns and castles and whatnot. So it tends to be fairly uninhabited and abandoned, I'd imagine. Good hunting for wildlife and for people wishing to hunt that wildlife, but not exactly hospitable. The rocks tend to not come this far south, simply because there's usually, frankly, easier prey closer to home, and uh, frankly, you get into town and there are people that are willing to fight back, willing and able to fight back. You see a rock this far north, or this far south, that is rolled.
I imagine quite uncommon, but is it not necessarily unheard of?
It's in my time. It's certainly. I've never heard of them coming this far south and attacking. Well, you see them occasionally in the sky, going
just in the air hunting for easier prey, but not attacking. Something must be displacing it, either from its hunting grounds or from its nests or nest.
You think this is being driven by something else?
It is the simplest solution that I can think of, and in the time that I've been alive, generally the simplest solution is often the one that is true. Or the simplest answer is the one, that one.
True. Reality can often be less complex than people want to make it out to be.
People look for patterns where there aren't necessarily any.
Let me see. Now, how common is it to even sight these rocks being in the skies down here? I know you said they've flown overhead before, but
This far south, not terribly common. It maybe once or twice a year, I would say. Now, admittedly, I travel and hunt in the same fields that they hunt, so I have seen them far more often than your average local might. But usually, again, in the wilds, the north. And let me tell you, every time I hide.
having seen what they're capable of, I'm going to say either you are a far more accomplished hunter than I would even dare to dream, or you know when to hide.
Discretion is often the better part of survival. I once saw a rock. This was many years ago. I was out on a hunt. It had been some days since I'd last eaten. So I was getting a little desperate, but I was hunting a large caribou across the snow plains. And wouldn't you know it, I chased a caribou into a pack of giants. Just as I was lamenting the fact that, oh, there goes my meal. Uh, a rock came out of the sky, picked a giant up, and just took it away. And then dropped it. Bright side, I got the caribou.
That is horrifying.
It was. I cannot stress how dangerous these birds can be. Is if this one has clearly been driven further south than what it normally would be, I can only hope that this is not a widespread occurrence in the mountains, or things will get very, very dangerous for Muley and Hofsa and even Snow Nest, for the far to the west.
Hoping that this is not the start of the pattern that people are trying to look for, as it were.
Yes, exactly. You're very smart for a young man. I'm sorry. I don't interact.
we we age a bit more gracefully. I would wager we've seen similar years, as a matter of fact.
Ah, I'll be. Yeah, I don't see gnomes very often, so forgive me, my ignorance.
All is forgiven.
Something older generation, something.
All is forgiven. To be frank, these environs here don't seem to agree with me or my kind terribly well. So I can understand why you wouldn't see many of us.
It is certainly not for everyone, and I do not blame anyone for not wishing to take up the icy wilderness of Kalint as their permanent residence.
Oh, trust me, nothing would be further from my mind these past few days.
God damn it! Ah! One moment. I'm just gonna straight close Discord and restart it. Hi, stream. I apologize for the delay. My Discord is being shit tonight, so we'll occasionally just be doing this. Hello. Hopefully that reboot will at least see us through for the rest of the night. Yes. What was I saying?
Shit, hold on. Brain has to play catch up.
Big Bird's very scary.
Oh, yeah, there's that, but also just talking about like understanding why some gnomes might not take up
Yes.
permanent residence down here, and just like, trust me, nothing could be further from my mind the past few days.
I do not blame you. It has been jumping around between warm and cold quite a bit lately, and
I wouldn't call anything I've experienced out here warm.
Really, this is quite tropical for this time of year.
I don't think that word means what you think it means. I've seen tropical. This is not tropical. I've done my share of traveling. I've seen all kinds of climates. No, you
Fair. Tropical for me, I guess I should say.
that I can understand. Several decades being used to hunting in this, I could see this being a reprieve based on what we've felt before.
Indeed. If, well, okay. So
what could make a rock leave its hunting grounds like that?
well,
I'm kind of assuming dragon because
that is a possibility. They have been more active in the area. Well, and by area, of course, I mean Kalint as a whole, not specifically here. There have been giants, of course, further in the wilds. They have been displaced of themselves by the Chadrins. And in turn, that could be disrupting the rock's habitat. But that being said, if the rock was so inclined, it could also just hunt the giant, though it is a much more difficult prey than what it typically used to. Mammoths don't tend to fight back as hard as a giant with a spear. That being said, my fear is that something could be displacing it from its nest, and it could be being forced to nest away from the mountains where it usually stays. Of course, any of these could be possible. I don't know. I have been here in town. I did my hunting already during the summer, and I've been
Preparing to hibernate, as it were.
effectively, yes.
How far away are these mountains where they typically nest?
Let me. And he kind of. Actually, no. He doesn't even need to think. Just They're about 30 miles to the north. It is. And he kind of looks around between all of you. Judging by what I would assume you are able to move at, no offense to you, but your armor, I'm assuming, slows you down in your daily travels. Probably take you a day and a half trek north through the snow, assuming calm weather.
Our latest experiences out here have made me believe that calm weather is a myth.
Understandable. And that is, well, I suppose it's possible, actually. And again, he kind of, given a rock's size and how fast it can fly, it could, but well, easily get go from its nest to here, hypothetically, and be well on its way back, halfway back to its nest by sundown. It is not technically with that unfeasible. Yeah, forgive me. I never had a higher learned education. It is potential that it could just be its hunting grounds have not been fruitful, and any number of ecological problems could be happening. And that's why I'm posting this 4-star quest. Ba-ding!
Fucking hell.
It'd be 7-star.
Hate. Hate that. And just giving a nod and saying, well, it's certainly an awful lot to consider and have to be facing so suddenly.
Right. It's not exactly a... It's not a problem easily solved, I guess, is what I think I'm trying to say.
No, certainly not. Hmm. Look back to the rest of the group and just say, well, what do you all think? Is this something we could look into, or is this too much of a risk?
Personally, I think it could be worthwhile.
You think so?
Dangerous, of course, but
And I should note, it's still fairly heavily... never mind. I take back what I said.
You said it was still like raining when we
Yeah.
first got into town.
There's not a whole lot of visibility.
Right.
And he said it would take a day and a half at pace to do the slowest, right?
Yeah.
Right. Day and a half of pace, and that would be assuming conducive weather.
Yeah.
Right.
30-ish miles.
Right. And Ma just
Because, fun facts, because you all have to travel at Lorenzo's speed because he's the slowest travel, give or take, 16 miles in a day.
so it would actually be a bit closer to 2 days worth of travel.
Yeah, I thought it was 20.
Yeah.
Whoopsies.
Right. Well,
gosh, Lorenz, pick up the pace.
I have to pick up all this heavy goddamn armor, so no, I shan't.
Yeah. Ma gonna kind of look back towards the docks, like wherever those are, towards that end of town, and just it would certainly make this a lot longer of a stop on our way. Feel for the plight of this town, but I don't know if we can afford the time or risk at present.
Do we have any better ideas or anything more important to be doing?
Well, we do have our primary reason for coming to Kalint to worry about. I know we've certainly had some extended stays along the way to our intended destination, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried this may be longer and more involved than I'd hoped to get into.
Perhaps true. But subjugating the beast would gain us a rather sizable amount of prestige in the region.
This is true, provided we are not subdued and out of our league ourselves. Because I'm not sure about the rest of you, but I wouldn't necessarily say that I have a problem with heights in general, but the idea of, well, what we saw when we entered town is not exactly a comforting prospect.
So, do you have rope and a hook?
Rope, yes, but a hook?
Just gonna rummage out my grappling hook from the bag of holding. We jam this in it and tie the other end to us, and then we don't fall.
That's
Inspired?
certainly a bold proposition. I'm not sure where exactly you would be going with that, other than being carried at its mercy, God knows how far and how long.
By the way, Aslan, sorry to not to interrupt too much. Aslan, because of how well you did with the putting out the fires, you get a hero point.
Ah,
Sorry, carry on.
I mean, the idea would be to stay on it until it's dead.
Ah, yes, and then plummeting to the sky, attached to a giant animal, and
That's a
plummeting
problem for
with it.
them.
if
Yeah,
I may at
well,
least offer another potential motive, even if we do not engage the rock, traveling out and discovering the source of what has driven it in this direction could also prove useful. Whether it be the Roshadrins, dragons, giants,
True, just
we
arming
get
with
potential.
knowledge.
We get further information on the landscape. Or I should say, the lay of the land.
True. Being armed
Even
with
should we not
knowledge.
engage it.
Being armed with knowledge is certainly a good prospect. Well, what does everyone think? Shall we take the time to investigate this?
I think it's worth looking into.
Hmm.
Yeah, it couldn't hurt.
We just got to make sure Jerry Boat doesn't leave.
That or find if there would be anyone else that would be able to take us, but it'd certainly be easier since he's made the agreement to take us this whole way to try and arrange with him first if he'd be willing to wait. Very well. Let's go speak with the boatman.
Okay. And as you make your way, as you kind of, the hunt masters, well, if you do wind up heading north and running into the rock, I wish you luck and pray that it has a full stomach.
Should we encounter it, have you any advice for bringing it down or at least not dying?
Ooh. It's able to, with large wingspan, it is able to, if it wants, whip up enough wind that could very well get knocked about. Try not to be near a cliff.
Understood.
And if you do get snatched, hold on.
It's gonna hold up the grappling hook again.
Just looking, just giving a bit of a sigh of just duly noted.
I will also mention, since you all seem to be the mercenary sort, don't mind saying,
You wouldn't be wrong.
they say that some rock feathers are made of gold, or at least have the coloration of it. Certain feathers, depending on the color, maybe will fetch quite a price among certain trophy hunter markets, and I do loathe those markets, but it is worth mentioning.
How are you going to go buy a trophy to display as if you hunted it on your own? That's silly.
Isn't it just? However, they do exist. They are scum, but they do exist. I would ask if you wind up finding its nest, and there are eggs. It is conservation is a very important part of the natural ecosystem. Don't try and sell the eggs. It is giants like to eat them,
Oh, that because they're so big. That makes sense.
and they apparently, as I've heard, have a unique flavor.
I'll believe them on that and not be one to test myself.
You and I both, little friend.
Well, I thank you for arming us with this knowledge, and hopefully we're able to return with some tangible information on things.
Of course. And he just, as far as I'm aware, rocks only mate once a decade. So those eggs are important to the preservation of their species.
Okay, so say worst comes to worst, and we have to maybe kill this rock. Do you want one of the eggs?
I would at least be able to get it to hatch.
Whereas otherwise, we would just be leaving them to freeze.
Effectively, yes.
Hmm.
Preferably, in preferably you don't have to kill the beast. But I also know that it is a wild animal that hunts whatever it needs to survive, and has no compunction about hunting humanoid races. If you wind up having to kill it, I'm not going to be surprised.
Understood. God's willing it won't come to that, but if it does, we will see how best to follow up. Thank you again for offering so much information for us.
Of course, thank you for saving my town.
Right. Well, shall we go speak with the boatman then?
Wait,
Yeah, so going back to the docks, assuming that Jerry is still there, unless he's gone off like to whatever tavern or some such.
sorry. Had a big cough. Got some phlegm up there, so I was like, hold on, gotta empty the mouth." It'd be like that. So you guys head back to Jerry the boatman. Paxi responds in Orcish. Actually, hold on. I can. Uh, boop, boop, boop. Aha! You head back to Jerry the boatman, who is there, patiently waiting for you on the dock in an A pose.
Fuck.
And then as you approach, hello, welcome
His
back.
assets load.
Hello, welcome. Did you find what you were looking for in the town of Muli?
Yes and no. There's more we want to try and find out about the attack that happened here from the rock. We may be in the area for some few days. Would you be willing to wait for us? We could potentially set you up at whatever tavern or inn in town for however long we'd be away.
I would be willing, of course. However, if the Roshajans begin to ask too many questions, I may have to depart.
That is completely understandable. We're appreciative of the help we've received thus far, but wouldn't want to impose beyond your means.
Of course. And I would not wish to leave you upriver without a paddle.
Quite. So let's see what inns or taverns or whatnot we could set him up at in town.
Okay.
Try and set him for. If we assume it's going to be like 2 days out and 2 days back, do we want to just set him for 5 nights?
Yeah, sounds smart.
Yeah. We'll see where. Yeah, see what's open and available in town if they've got a place that they can put him up, and
Okay.
we'll set him with 5 nights of stay there.
Okay. Let's see.
I'll go ahead and put forth whatever gold or whatnot it takes for it.
Okay. You find a tavern that colloquially is known as the Heavy Meat Tavern.
No.
One more time for the people in the back.
The Heavy Meat Tavern.
I refuse.
Thank you.
I, as a colloquialism, do I dare ask what the actual name is?
The Red Pork.
Fuck it.
Oh,
just, just tavern's a tavern's a tavern.
Good soup.
as for Maha, you're putting up for 5 nights.
Yeah.
It'd be 2 gold and 5 silver.
Okay. I'll pop that out of my inventory.
At the Heavy Pork. I'm sorry, the Heavy Meat Tavern.
Call it the house.
No.
Sousing.
Hold on. where, where is it?
I mean, as long as we're not staying at the Thick Sausage Inn after the Heavy Meat Tavern, I think we're.
In memes.
Oh,
Thank you.
so sig. So sig. But yes. With Jerry deposited, and as you begin to leave the Heavy Meat Tavern, you look back and Jerry's already just. Oh.
To hell with him and his soft A pose. Fuck that.
Have a safe journey. And return alive.
Small wonder Wayland Yutani is winning the tech race.
Oh,
Oh,
the way of the future. The way of the future. The way of the future. So with that, you guys,
It keeps going.
it does. You guys head out.
I need to close that window. I need to close it. I can't.
Head out from Muley. Luckily it's mid-afternoon. And because the temperature is so light at the moment, if you guys want to put in the full 8 hours, you'd be camping at about 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, so doing a good bit of nighttime travel, especially since we're in the winter, it's going to get dark.
It'll get dark. Yeah, it'll get dark in like 2 hours at the moment. So you guys, depending on what you want to do, it is about. Oh, actually, no, it's not. I will answer that. About 3 hours from nightfall.
Right. Well, do we want to head out right away, or do we want to try and stay a night ourselves and actually have daylight to travel in?
It would probably be smart to have daylight.
Yes, I'm not sure how good the night vision of a rock might be, but I'd rather be able to actually see what's in the sky above us if that one were to go hunting at night. So yeah, I think we'll post ourselves up at the tavern for the night as well. So for the 6 of us, that'd be what, another 3 gold?
Depends on how many rooms you want.
Right. Do we
For
want to do the usual? Try and do the 3 rooms, 2 apiece, or
2 or 3 rooms, yeah. Either three rooms, 2 apiece, or 2 rooms, 3 apiece. Don't matter. It
whatever
don't
they've got
matter.
available. Yeah.
okay. They've got a variety of rooms available. Admittedly, some of them are somewhat singed at the moment due to fire.
I have prestidigitation. I can clean them up.
Or I should say the roof specifically, a little
Might be a little beyond
thinner.
prestidigitating.
It'll be fine.
That being said, they have, for what you're looking for, 2 rooms that have a queen size bed each, and then a twin just like off in the corner.
Good enough. Do I, I'm.
We
TJ
call
bit
that
something.
the watching bed.
A watching bed at the Heavy Meat Tavern?
No. Fef chooses to sleep in the yurt.
Speaking of Fef, where the fuck did Fef go?
There's a line that has been
There
drawn
is?
somewhere, and we've forgotten where it is.
Where's my token?
Yeah, I was about to say Fef's token is gone.
I think
Fef's
Fef's
been dead since the beginning of the adventure, and just like it has been at this point a shared
Hey.
hallucination.
I think somehow Fef's token got deleted.
Hmm.
Oh God.
Father Fef strikes again.
I didn't
Indeed.
realize I stopped existing for a while. Sorry.
It happens.
It's all the you know the things.
Fucking disassociated for a while there. Whoops.
Okay, that's too real.
It's a fantasy game. Please stop.
Fucking derealization.
Ooh. So, who's rooming up with who?
Maha just went ahead and got the rooms. He's gleefully oblivious to this and just fuck it. I just want a place to sleep.
Right.
So, what for the 2 rooms? How much am I paying for those rooms? By the way?
That'd be 1 gold total.
Okay.
That's not bad at all.
Go watching man. Fuck.
I couldn't not. I'll take. I actually don't care who I room with, so whoever wants more rooms, I'll just fucking fill a slot,
Yeah,
basically.
I'll
Basically
go with
same.
I'll go with whatever room Lorenz is at.
Okay, sounds like Lorenz, Maha, and Fef.
Yeah, I was about to say, Lorenz, Maha, and Fef are sharing a room. Pax, Azalin, and Zedros are sharing a room. That's a comedy. It's fucking Eeyore, the most metal motherfucker on the planet, and a one long, tall, spooky boy. Long man.
Long, tall, spooky boy.
We just need to come up with a sitcom intro song. That's all.
No, actually, I'm going to call it here. Pax, Azalin, and Zendros is the room that actually gets 8 hours of sleep. Hajapit, Lorenz, and Fef is the room that stays up all night, swapping stories, and just in general causing a noise complaint.
Yeah.
You know what? I can see that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna argue that one. It's
3 very different walks of life. Like
yeah. Like those. That's
As if
about
the
as
other room
disparate as
isn't.
it comes.
As if the other room isn't, but it's 3
Yeah,
walks of
but
life that are very open about talking about those walks of life too.
Right.
Oh no, not a noise complaint. You guys just bring your drinks up to the room whenever you're done downstairs, and you realize it's 1 a.m, and you've just been telling stories for the last like 5 hours, and just like,
It's the fuck we gotta get some sleep moment.
yeah, just like drinks, drunkenly telling swapping life stories, and like you all wake
Getting
up in the morning a little more tired than you really feel like you should be, but you all feel
especially for
closer.
Maha, that's
Poor bud.
especially for Maha, that ain't good. But
Yeah, but no, you all wake up feeling closer to one another, having shared the stories of your past and just in general being shitheads.
To not make this a goof off
three
moment.
three three dudes bonding at the Heavy Meat Tavern.
Yeah, you know, just if somebody's sitting on the washing bed, it's just 3 dudes bonding. Heavy Meat Tavern.
Just
I have-
guys being pros, all right?
I just,
Secret thigh-based handshakes.
just never mind the
I have regrets.
never mind the speaker off in the background playing Ram Ranch. I mean, what?
Oh no.
Just ignore that. It's fine.
No, that's coming from Azalin, Pax's, and Zitras's room, but they put the speaker up to the wall up against your guys' room, so it's slightly muffled and fucking distorted.
Yep. I have regrets.
Yeah. You were going to say something before I decided to go full shithead.
I don't know what it was. No.
TJ was.
Oh yeah, just as a point of order, yeah, like if that does actually wind up happening though, if people do feel like sharing stories, Lorenz has a lot of dumb stories about pulling off petty crimes with his sister Anya. So just yeah, it's definitely
Right.
that. Yeah, what are the stories you have to tell, Lorenz? Okay, so me and my sister were trying to steal some bread.
Gotta get some bread.
Gotta get that bread, otherwise we won't eat, and then we'll die. Um,
I mean, okay. I'm pretty sure that would be an autobiography title for anybody here. Let's be real.
but no, 100%. I have regrets is definitely the Lorenz Roseway story. That's the name of the book and the movie it gets turned into later on.
God.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah.
little sidetracked there.
Yeah. But amusing nonetheless. As you guys wake up the next morning, and after your hours preparation, the rain from yesterday, overnight, it seems, turned it maybe is lesser as you wake up, to the point where one could describe it as a slight drizzle. And it's even warmer this morning than it was yesterday. Well, not in the morning, but my chair unlocked itself.
Love it.
Although that doesn't happen until he's on stream.
Literally does not happen unless I'm streaming.
Yeah,
my-
never ever. And then the camera turns on and his chair decides to rebel.
Something Skynet.
So, you guys get breakfast and I'm assuming head out to the north.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we as soon as we're fed and ready to go, once there's decent enough light out, yeah, we're gonna Start hitting it. Try and make sure that we've got light for the majority of our travel.
Sure. Anything the rest of you would like to do before leaving town?
Nope, I'm all good on supplies.
Yeah, same.
So I'm all good to go there.
Nothing I can think of.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the stuff we're looking for at this point is difficult to be supplied by small towns like this one.
Right.
And we are strangely survivable in a harsh environment.
And you don't even have Roland.
Right.
Instead, you have Aslan, who's a fucking badass and will just hunt down your game for you barehanded.
I imagine Aslan just runs up to deer, grabs him by the back legs, and just thrashes the shit out of them until like she drags it back home.
Aslan just, wow, this is way more effective than a bow. What the fuck?
God, you know what it is? Any of you guys played fucking Twilight Princess?
Yep.
Like, literally with fucking Link sitting there and just sumoing the fucking goats that come charging, like, grab them by the horns and then fucking toss them. That's Aslan. That is Aslan.
Not wrong.
Except no, that it's not even if they're charging at her. She will run into their path.
I was about to say that's part of the problem. They're trying to flee, and she's like, "Oh, you thought."
Oh, jumped into their way. So she's biking, trying to fish for a zombie. I got you.
Yeah, she's fishing for them counter grabs.
Yep. Relatable. Warden, you there?
Yeah.
Okay. You've just been very quiet lately, so
No, I mean, I've had nothing to contribute.
that is fair.
I was busy throwing goats out of the way.
It'd be like that. But yes, as you guys head north, the rain never quite slacks off entirely, but it does fluctuate between light to moderate. For most of the day, it's not terrible.
A question before we actually do, as we set out, like 20 minutes into our going outwards, with all the rain that's been happening, would wearing our snowshoes be more of a hindrance, or would it still help? Because this is at this point, what, 2-3 days straight rain?
Straight rain and above freezing,
relatively above freezing weather.
Yeah, it's oddly tropical. And yeah, no, the
I love watching Dan's face when you say tropical, because I just imagine Maha just like, you literally do not know what that word means.
tropical for the region.
Yes.
And yeah, no, the snowshoes at this point would actually be a hindrance.
Okay, so yeah, I wanted to make sure, just because I feel like I'm gonna throw this out here for the group. About 20 minutes of travel when we first start out into like wilderness territory is how we'll take our assessments of the weather to see if we need the snowshoes or not. Because not having those, or having those snowshoes on in terrain that isn't snow, is a pretty massive speed negative on us.
It's a -10 to speed if wearing
And like
snowshoes well.
I personally feel the ever living hell out of a -5 speed bonus. Everybody excluding Aslan, because being -10 just brings her close to mortality. But yeah, everybody being at a -10 to speed is
no
rough.
bueno.
Yeah, rough on the party as a whole.
Right.
So I just wanted to throw that out there as kind of like a
right. Yeah. So good bit of traveling and just realizing this is just fucking trudging. Now let's get these out.
Which that's also a notice to you, Jake, as well. Like every day we're gonna take like a 20-minute travel and be like, I didn't want to speak
Quick
for the party
assessment,
without putting it out there.
That makes sense.
After every 20 minutes, or after 20 minutes of travel, we're gonna see if we need the snowshoes or not, so you can adjust our movement speed based on that for your projected travel times.
Right.
Sure, absolutely.
Get that out of the way now, so the traveling in the future becomes a whole lot easier.
Sure, absolutely. So yeah, you guys head north out of Muli. And
it's about mid-afternoon by the time that you get to um your when you start getting to the point where a lot of you are starting to feel the fatigue of travel. You can't you and I mean around you it is there's still like splotches of snow. In fact, I would say a lot of it is snow, but a lot of it is now slushier than say thick layers that you've been used to. And you're seeing a lot of dirt and mud and even some grass underneath. Um,
Right.
about the warmest it gets to this more today is like 45.
That's pretty considerably warm for the
Right.
temperatures
For
we have
what we've been
experienced around
doing.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
For what we've been
this
doing.
week you have gone from -20 to 45.
God, that sounds like my fucking freshman year at college. We had that in the span of a week.
Oof.
That sounds like here,
like not
honestly.
quite that,
Yeah.
like not quite like the negatives, but it literally went from in the span of a week. We had a day that was in like the I want to say low teens to single digits, and then before like it was that on Sunday, and then by Thursday it was 83.
I mean, we had
So-
that down here when the big freeze happened.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it was
It was like 7 days of like teens to 20-degree weather, and then like it was in the 70s like 2 days later.
right. Yeah, I remember that week very much because both me and my roommate had the worst fucking colds ever.
Oh yeah. The body can't handle that shit.
Yeah, no, that was a pretty interesting week down here.
I
Yeah,
bet.
I can only imagine.
I'm just glad that my house didn't lose power. But anyway,
No kidding.
yay
No
for being
kidding.
on a hospital line.
True.
Yeah.
Right. Holy shit, yeah.
Hospital line and Walmart line.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jake's mom lives on the Walmart grid, so
However it goes
Same
out for an
difference.
extended period of time, we know where we're going.
not wrong.
Bet. So as you guys travel on, it gets to be about you guys are hours out, and you're in the middle of nowhere. You begin to set up your camp, assuming you guys don't want to push yourselves to the point of being fatigued.
No thanks. Fatigued as balls.
Because I will say you have roughly 3 more hours of daylight, you figure.
If we pushed those 3 hours of daylight, would we still wind up being fatigued? Like if we stopped the moment it got dark.
Yes, you would still be fatigued.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd get the fatigue, but I assume we could clear that once we actually sleep, but we'd have to rely on shit not going down while we're trying to camp.
Right. That is always the big risk. I wanted to ask if like
Right.
if we were going to bed when it's nighttime proper, or if we actually have to concede to the sunset.
Yeah, I think we're probably, well, not necessarily like bedding down. We are probably going to have to, like, once we reach that 8-hour mark, for the sake of not getting ourselves fucked up from
Yeah.
trying to push on, we're probably going to need to at least, like, set up the yurt and just camp and, like, keep watch and then let people take their
Right.
rest as needed.
Yeah, admittedly. Like if we can get a full night's rest with watches and stuff in place, I feel a lot better about that, because at that point, if during a watch we do get attacked by a rock, we don't have fatigue quite yet because it's technically interrupting that rest, and we go into the next day with fatigue, but then having dealt with aforementioned rock encounter.
Right. So yeah, probably best to at least get our chance to rest before we push it too far, so that
Yeah.
we're not putting ourselves at that risk.
Right.
You guys camp on begin setting up your camp, and by that I mean setting up your fucking yurt. And hey, that's literally done in about 6 seconds. So
You know, Exploder's yurt.
How does the yurt, is it basically just like a little leather satchel that we open up and then
So
They
before
pack-
activation, it looks like just a rolled up tent.
Yeah, Pax put it in the chat.
Yeah.
okay, just a rolled up tent and then we open it up and then
Yeah, just boom.
despite attempts to clean it, the tent is perpetually smudged with dirt in various places. That feels like a direct attack to Lorenz, who actually tries to prestidigitation those places clean. Like tries to fight magic with magic, and it doesn't work.
The yurt's stronger.
Exactly. No, 100%. That's what I'm saying, though. He's like he tries to apply some of that college level thinking of trying to fight magic with magic, and it just doesn't fucking work, and it frustrates the shit out of him.
Caldella, otherwise known as Uncle from Jackie Chan Adventures. Magic.
Yes. Yep.
Eat magic.
Magic must defeat magic. You know.
Fucking hell.
You know what I'm on about already.
So yes,
Okay, cool. I was just wondering if it actually did describe
indeed.
what we've been carrying basically
Yeah.
this whole time.
Yes, it looks like it's just a 4-man tent just kind of rolled up.
Cool.
And then you fucking whip that bitch out, and it's just which admittedly it takes about 10 minutes to activate it, but which, by the way, I'd like to imagine that the activation for 10 minutes is literally just putting the fucking tent up.
I was actually just thinking,
Because it says once it's rolled up tent, then expands into the yurt.
Like you drive the stakes in, you get everything spread out, and then you just like push the activation room. That bitch goes. Bloop!
Well, I was just thinking, actually, it might even just look like a 4-man tent, and then you crawl in, and it is the great big yurt on the inside. You know what I mean? It's horse hides on the. Well, I shouldn't say horse hides because now I'm being stereotypical. But it is. Oh, I called myself out on it. I mean, being self-aware doesn't absolve you of being a douchebag, but like, but yeah, like it is the. You crawl into the 4-man tent, and before you see the yurt. It's weird magical.
Magic tent, yes.
Well, weird magic dimension nonsense. Basically, it's like stepping into Liamon's tiny hut in 5th edition.
Yeah, effectively, yeah. All right, so who is first watch?
I'll go first because I don't have low light. So,
Okay.
people who are without low light should go first and last. I think is kind of the pattern we've been establishing, just because we have sunset and sunrise to
help out a little bit with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who also are people that don't have any sort of low light? Is it Pax and?
No, I have low light. Just don't have night vision.
Okay.
Or dark vision.
No dark vision.
That's what he meant was with low light and not dark vision. We have 3 with and 3 with dark vision and 3 without.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take watch this time. Honestly, I've been doing second and third the last bunch of sessions, so
that's true. So Pax and I on first.
Okay.
Mahal will take last watch.
Okay. Who else?
I got dark vision, so that'll be second watch for Fef.
Okay. Aslan and Zendros. Either of you have
Aslan will be doing second and third, so
that's true.
Okay.
And
then Zendros, you waking up for second watch or wait until third?
Oh, he did say he was going to go feed his gecko. So.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He might still be up.
Shit.
Okay, well, Pax and Lorenz, you guys have first watch. Give me the perception checks.
Boy.
Nothing seems out of the ordinary.
Okay.
You are free to interact as you please.
So Pax gets to see something, just because we've been a few days without combat at this point, weirdly enough. Lorenz actually has his spell book out in his right hand, and in his left hand, on his left arm, he has his shield. and he is reciting spell formulae out loud while kind of stepping into this, moving like a frontline soldier would, kind of stepping forward, shield in front, shield up, shield to the side, left, right, step forward, shield up, shield down, shield left, shield right. Incorporating the use of the shield with his spellcraft, and Pax would notice this as well. When he speaks the words of the spellcraft, it is in rhythm to the steps of a phalanx. Bigger, harder syllables happen during the front step, and then a softer downward slope of the speech, and then picks up again, pitches down, picks up again, pitches down. Very much blending the magical and martial. Haven't had to practice like this since we haven't had combat. We don't have a lot of breaks between combat, so with this extended break between combat, this is Lorenz keeping in practice.
That's very rigid. No, that's not the right word. I don't know what word I want. But that doesn't really blend with how our fights go.
It's less about the fighting itself and more about a mentality of sorts. Spellcasting, for myself at least, is it doesn't come to me quite as naturally as it does, say, our friends Mahajapit and Cendras. Everything I've learned about spellcasting has been from books and practice. I have learned formula, I have learned the structure of a spell, I have learned how to weave the arcane through not just willpower, but understanding how it moves the universe around us. Using the shield and the shield formation as a metronome to keep the pace and rhythm of spells in combat for me has been my chosen learning tool. It's the same way someone learning the piano might keep time by tapping their foot on the ground. The shield helps me keep time with weaving spells in combat.
Oh, okay. Okay. So it's about discipline more than magic.
Yes. This, in effect, it achieves for me what, very loosely, before I say something that will get me thrown halfway across the taiga, um, something very loosely that Aslan's meditation might do for her.
Okay. Mom does something similar, but with a lot more yelling.
You've made mention of her. She seems quite the wasteland's warrior, as it were. You,
She scares me a little sometimes.
I was going to say, you, on the other hand, are anything but everything you've told us about her. Is that a
I didn't
choice?
take as well to her training as I did to Dad's.
Ah,
I learned stuff from her, but she fights very differently.
hmm.
Dad's a little closer to how I ended up.
was going to.
Mom's a brick wall.
I think you did inherit that from her, and to some degree, for certain. I was going to ask though, because you, being completely honest, you you and I both have a combat flow that is very similar to some of the less than honest fights I used to get in as a child. The dwarf that came to my home in particular made me think of it. He charged me in a fight face to face, and without even needing to be instructed, you came behind him and wrapped your chain around him, and it was clever and it was quick.
Fair fights are for situations that aren't threatening to life or family. Everyone else gets
Yes.
taken down hard and as quickly as possible. Mercy is shown after, if you can.
Hmm.
That's a lesson I learned from Dad, who had his throat sliced by somebody he had beaten. And
Hmm.
he wasn't happy.
He lived.
Yeah,
Huh.
there's a reason Mom still likes Dad. That's
So it's also puts a fine point on why you seem to have no qualms about us making sure the dead are dead. And
Dad said that was a mistake he only made once.
it's a mistake you only ever have to make once. I'm going to be frank, Pax. I'm astonished how alike you and I are in this way. But I suppose that is why we work well together.
You've heard me say it before. Uh, I know I'm not smart. I'm not concerned. It doesn't bother me. But it's made me learn to rely on what I do have. That's instinct.
You do what you know in order to survive.
Mm-hmm. And I react to the people around me. It's not so much that we work well together. We do. It's just I react to what you do.
It's a good lesson to learn, I think.
Like, yeah, I put a little bit of forethought into where I'm going. But what happens when I get there?
All the same, I've learned a spell that might help you in the future, since I've seen the things you do.
Mm.
I'll be, It's a spell that instills fear in an enemy. I've seen you, use fear to great effect. Figure I should do the same. React to those around you.
This is good.
It is. And then after the conversation just goes right back to the martial forms meeting magic.
Sure. Absolutely.
Real quick.
Mhm.
we're still on to end your patron, yes?
He stops. Yes.
Okay, just checking.
I'm figuring some things out. Learning more as we go. I hate to sound like an opportunistic asshole, but this entire adventure has proven quite educational. And perhaps something I learn along the way will help me deal with the problem without messy complications.
Okay. If nothing else, then
No, I'm good.
Yes, sir.
second watch was Mahajapit and no
Aslan. Yeah,
no
or wait, was it Fef that was
Fef
taking
and,
the
it's
middle?
Fef and Aslan.
Beth and
That's right.
Aslan.
Yeah,
That's right.
Maha's last watch. That's right. That's right.
All right, you two, give me perception checks.
I thought well,
Oof.
I'm not gonna hero point it because I shouldn't know what that is, but I thought I had it set to blind.
Yeah. Oof. That's rough.
It turns out you just had Fef set to blind.
Right.
It's like I'm playing myself even harder.
Ooh.
It's in. You guys are more concerned, more interested in the fire than the fire's light around you kind of obscures even with your night vision, your dark vision. Just makes it a little hard to see, and frankly, it's you're more interested in keeping close to the fire because it's really cold.
Is it still rainy or?
It's not as rainy now. No, the
Just
rain
still pretty
has
shitty out though.
yeah. It's still kind of cold, damp, miserable.
Which Fef will be finally inspecting that musket.
Sure, absolutely. Sure, yeah. Just take a note of how it works.
I'm trying to figure out because I have not attempted, and I'm not going to while on watch because I know how much noise they make. But have not actually attempted to figure out how to shoot this thing yet.
That's fair. You do see a very similar trigger mechanism to what is on your crossbow.
Brilliant. Also, very gleefully staring at it because if I manage to survive and get this home with me, I'm showing it to my family.
I'm sure that will go fine.
Oh no! Oh no!
Enjoying your new trophy?
So far, I'm hoping I'll enjoy it more if I have to use it.
Considering our record, it is more a question of when.
Sometimes I like to try to be optimistic.
Even if we do not fight this rock, we will inevitably come into conflict with something else.
Yeah, we do need to figure out what we're doing about all of the guards in town, huh?
Situation at the time. We have options.
For once, I'm not advocating for the most violent one.
For a time I had considered dragging some of those guards into the fires with me, but it would have been impractical.
It's too many of them, right? And since some of them do seem new, like, this is why generally I stay quiet, because you guys know what you're doing. But yeah, I really do hope we can get some of those new recruits with us. That would be both convenient and more fortunate.
Fortunate for them.
That's just gonna nod.
There are definitely other advantages in tormenting dissent amongst the ranks of the Roshadrins.
Well, that is what we're here to do. I thought about supply lines. I did not think, more fire than even I expected, I'm going to say.
You mean in the last town or just in general?
In general, really.
One must adapt to the situations they find themselves in.
And fire is unfortunately useful in many ways.
Whereas I never thought I'd hear from Fef.
Perhaps if it were not so cold, we would not need as much fire.
All right. I actually choked a little bit, sorry.
Come on, it wasn't that funny.
No, I just wasn't ready. The more fun part's going to be getting home.
I am not entirely certain about that.
Oh?
We have not even reached where we are setting out to reach, let alone accomplish whatever is waiting for us when we meet with your cousin or whoever they are. So we are not even entirely certain what it is we are out here to do, aside from causing trouble for the Resurgents. There is still plenty of opportunity to find out that things are much worse than we thought.
Oh no, that's what I mean. Because after we're done, assuming we survive, we have to find a way back out of here. Just the sheer enormity of the mission setting in.
I suspect we will be fine. If not warm.
Just gonna pat the musket and look at the fire at that point.
Anything else? Anything further?
I think that'll wrap that up.
Okay. Well, Feth, as your watch begins to wrap down, heading back into the yurt, while Aslan stays up because Aslan is a fucking monster.
Aslan has a ring that makes it so she only needs 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Right.
Zindros and Mahajapit, you two are awoken. As Fef begins to curl up for the night.
Perceptions?
Yep, all three of you give me perception checks. Hey, there's a lot less ones on this one. Ones.
Yeah, I caught that.
Yeah.
So apparently Aslan was blind too.
All right, so to give you guys a peek behind the curtain, I'm not going to say who rolled what, but the results were a 20, and a 19.
Oh. Warden, we suck.
To be fair, I'm one of those three in this one, so I redeemed myself at least.
Oh. I suck alone.
Well, yeah, you were staying at the Heavy Meat Tavern, yes.
Well, that's just how good you suck, is you only have to suck by yourself.
Alright, I'm just gonna... You don't have the cam, so I'm just melting out of my chair, but you can't see it.
Something runs in the bloodline, something.
There is no glory to be found in this hole that's being dug.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Oh my god.
As you guys, the three of you settle in for the last watch that will lead you into sunrise. It is a quiet evening overall. Not a whole lot of action to be had. You are free to interact as you please, the three of you, as you are woken up at regular TJ hours.
God.
Oh, that hurts my soul.
Oof.
Why?
I'm sorry, that's still just... Ouch. Yeah. I think Maha, after settling over next to the fire for a bit, it's gonna look towards Aslan and just ask, correct me if I'm wrong, but some days ago, weren't you one of the ones suggesting that this mission should be done and over with as soon as possible?
Situations change.
They do. They do. This is true. Though it still seemed a little odd to hear the suggestion of a detour such as this coming from you, if I'm being honest.
I admit there may be some personal motives.
Zendros will kind of chime in. All this time away, oddly enough, is making me miss home a little bit.
Well,
Which is quite weird because I've never really had the typical definition of what one would consider a home. And yet there's that sense of longing.
you sounded like you were starting to say something there, Warren, but
Yeah.
cut
Yeah,
a
that's
little.
all she was made, just a Aslan's response to longing for home.
Just can't relate.
Can't relate, Lamau. Lol, said Azalin, literally throwing her mother out a window. Lamau.
Well, because Zendros doesn't know his real parents. So, like...
Right. Yeah, just kind of musing, just, I suppose Zashor was the closest thing to a home that you had, though from the sounds of your experiences with the family, not much of a home, as it were.
No, mainly cultural ties, and he kind of, like, just brandishes the weapons for a second.
I suppose any kind of tie would be comforting at some point. It's a bit strange, though. I've understand the feeling, I do, though I can't say that it's necessarily been as strong of a feeling for me. Wanderlust is a bit more compelling for me than nostalgia. Part of why I ended up being an emissary, just to go to new places, meet new people, have new conversations. God knows that our time together has gotten me plenty of all those and more. Almost wondering if there will be anything new left by the time all of this is done.
I'm pretty sure you will see something new the next time we go back to. What were they calling it now? Alabama?
God damn it, I forgot about that.
That's a sobering thought.
A part of me is oddly okay with not seeing anything new, but
I just had to come to the realization that Faffy is going to introduce his new very loud weapon to his family.
Maha's eyes just kind of
Z-
go wide.
yeah, Zendros just very sobered thought now. Just, oh no.
Oh, gods, what have we done?
We've done it all. We've done everything.
Well, that'll be a quite the new toy to gods. I don't even want to. knowing the clan, they can probably figure that out and mass produce it. Oh gods, mass producing those for oh no.
We have very accidentally set Jake's setting on the path to the end of the age of the sword and into the age of gunpowder.
Shit.
You know, the end of days.
Just God. Now I'm just the thought now of just most fights still being done with sword, and then just the swarm of Fefwala goblins
With
with
guns.
guns. God has come to reap the sinners.
And now we cast the most powerful spell of all.
Gun.
Maybe the real treasure was this gun I found.
Certainly seems like it.
Suffice it to say, there will still be a great many changes to expect, even when we have seen all there is to see. Because by the time we go back, the world will change around us. Or we will bring that change.
I suppose you're right. Always got to be something new to look forward to. Bringing
And
the
for now, I am looking forward to not freezing my horns off.
Yes, that's trust me, I've been grateful for the reprieve that we've had so far in this weather, but gods only know it's not going to last for long if we're still heading towards winter. I'll take what we can get, but no, don't think I'd ever end up settling down here. Like, I'm not much one for settling much of anywhere, but this is probably last on my list. The people and the food are fine, but I like being able to feel my hands.
And it is just about then when you begin to see in the east dawn's first light begin to approach.
Gandalf?
Oh yes, Gandalf and the entire fucking Rohirrim just ride through your fucking camp. You're all dead. The end.
Oh, I was hoping they were helping us.
No, you are the orcs.
Hey.
No, that's Pax.
I tried to get offended on Pax's behalf, and I apologize for that.
You all set about your preparation, your daily preparations. Get yourselves going. Aslan, don't forget your daily healing. You already did. Good. And you head off once more further north. And it is for the rain has stopped.
So we can see clearly now.
That the rain is gone. Yes. There are scattered
My
clouds.
turn.
Amazing.
got 'em.
Yep. There are scattered clouds, but it is mostly sunny. Even if it is a bit cooler today. It is not as warm as it was yesterday. And it's about mid-morning that you guys can see ahead of you. The beginnings of on the horizon, and then as the day progresses, getting higher and more imperious. The second largest mountain range on the continent looms into view with despite the warmer weather that you've been going through, the closer you get to the mountains, the more the temperature begins to drop. As you kind of feel the wind begins to kind of come off the mountain a bit more. And it does get to the point where it is definitely chillier. And then the snow, there does begin to get more snow as you approach to the point where you do have to put on your snowshoes. Until eventually you are at the base of the mountain range. In about the mid-afternoon, sorry. Early afternoon, actually. And it is all encompassing. I mean, you look to the north ahead of you and it is mountain, far as the eye can see. Well, various mountains. I shouldn't say it's not just one mountain, but it is many mountains.
Just want to kind of just look to the skies above us. Like as we were traveling or heading towards the range, did we see any large birds, be it rocks or otherwise?
Give me a perception check. You did not spot anything. You were looking occasionally. Nothing too large. You would see the occasional bird, but they were primarily flying north. Flying north for the winter.
Right.
And but no, nothing as big as what you have come to hunt.
Okay. Well, could potentially be a sign of them being forced out of the habitat, or they may still just be nesting for the time.
I'm just enjoying watching Fast Token fucking panic inside of the yurt. But yes, you are here at the This is what tabletop is meant for. Hold on, let me put the Foundry view on, Dave, if you wouldn't mind.
You just let me know when.
Oh, you go. You go. Just fucking panic. But yes, you stand here at the base of the mountain. And I think that's actually a good spot to stop for the evening. We can begin again next. No, not next week. Oh, maybe next week. I don't know what anyone's plans are for next week. As it is the holiday.
I mean, I'm not doing anything. But
I
we
don't
talked
have
that
a
over there.
family.
Yeah.
That's
I
not
should
true,
be
Dave.
free for the weekend.
You have us.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're doing there.
You rank dumb bitch. I'm your family
Hey.
now. And I fucking love you, bitch.
Listen, you can't be saying shit like that on Twitch. People will talk.
Now bring.
Congratulations, Dave. You're adopted by us. We're your family now.
That's unfortunate for you.
Yeah, that's really fucking. I'm fucking perfect on that one. I'm gonna leave.
I will give everyone 100 experience points. There was no combat, but it was some solid fucking role play tonight from everyone.
Said 100?
100 XP. Yep.
Okay. That's 720 we should be at now?
Yep.
I've been keeping track.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure I didn't miss.
Right, you're good.
And so if we do wind up playing next week, that'll be great. If not, it'll be somewhere between 2 and 3 weeks, maybe, that we'll be playing again. So,
Right.
if we don't see anyone again until mid-December, hope you all have a wonderful holiday season.
A wonderful Endwalker.
A wonderful Endwalker. I know a lot of us will.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And of course I'll be live playing video games. I have not been as active lately just because fucking sick. Which has sucked, but very much better. Getting better now, and as always,
Glad you're on the upswing, bud.
same. Being sick sucks. But yes.
Fucking hate it.
Fef? Oh no, there he is. I was like, did Fef delete his character again? No.
Shit.
We'll be back whenever we're back, and have a wonderful evening. And as always, stay good, neighborhood. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Peace.